programs organized by Akademi Profesor Malaysia, APM. Other flagship programs by the Academy include APM Fellow Lecture Series, APM Roundtable Discussions, APM Conference, and APM Webinar or Forums, or called Wacana Akademi Profesor. This lecture series is organized as a sign of respect and also to honor distinguished scholars in our country and distinguished personalities who have excelled in their chosen fields of expertise. They have given impacts through their substantial contributions in their respective fields of knowledge and contributions to the society throughout their career. This lecture series also serves as a platform for scholars to discuss strategic and important issues that will not only benefit the policymakers, but also the community as a whole. We do hope this initiative by Academy will be part of the whole concept of nation buildings for Malaysia. So far, APM has organized 8 lecture series delivered by Professor Datuk Dr. Asmah Ismail, our current President for Academy Science Malaysia, Professor Dr. John Esposito, Distinguished Professor Datuk Dr. Raja Rasya, Distinguished Professor Datuk Dr. Samsul Amri, Professor Dr. Wang Gungwu, Professor Dr. James Chin, Dr. Chandra Muzaffar, and the last guest lecture was delivered by Professor Tan Sri Dr. Datuk Sri Dr. Nur Azlan Ghazali. Today, APM is very honored and privileged to have Professor Dr. Wong Chin Huat to deliver a lecture on a very important topic, GE15 and beyond, coalition politics and nation buildings in post-majoritarianism Malaysia. This topic is very timely as we are all going to polling stations in about 10 days' time. I take note that there are 3 important keywords in today's topics: coalition politics, nation buildings, and majoritarianism, or very difficult to pronounce, or I simply call them majority rules. I hope I'm right in simplifying the terms here. And this topic is obviously applicable in other nations, especially the countries with diverse populations, countries with multiple races and multiple faiths. This country, including Malaysia, may face difficulties to balance the call to fulfill the demands of the majority and at the same time to address the needs and the concerns of the minority. In many countries, the minority actually forms a huge population. China, for example, has a minority population of over 40 million people, which is actually more than the whole population of Malaysia. In fact, India has a minority population of over 100 million people. A question one may ask, how does a majority rule affect such countries with huge minority populations? Or in fact, for that matter, address minority population for that matter. Today, through this lecture by our guest lecture today, we hope to understand the concept and applications of majority rules in the nation building in the context of Malaysia. We also hope to be able to answer to some extent the questions of, can we professionalize Malaysian politics? As a renowned political scientist, Professor Wong is highly qualified to speak in this topic. Allow me to read a brief biodata of Professor Wong. Professor Wong Chin Huat is the Deputy Strategy for United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, Asia Headquarters at Sunway University. He was trained in comparative politics at University of Essex, UK, and he specializes in electoral system, party system, parliamentary democracy, and identity politics. Professor Wong sees Malaysia's decommunitization is going on the right path, moving away from one coalition's predominance to 2 coalition rivalry, and now multi-partisms in hung parliament. After the Sheraton move, he has advocated many new ideas to stabilize politics, including confidence and supply agreement, equal constituency allocation for elected representatives, recall fixed-term parliament, and public finance of political parties, some of which have already been implemented. In 2021, he and his Sunway University colleague, Wo Changzi, also co-authored a white paper on top-up women-only additional seats for the Penang state, an innovative 3-in-1 design to introduce gender quota, proportionality, and non-constituency seats. He's a founding member of the Coalition for Clean and Fair Election, Bersih, in 2006, and continues to serve as a resource person. In 2018 to 2020, he was also the cluster head for electoral system and constituency delimitations in the Electoral Reform Committee under Prime Minister's Department. Professor Wong's political commentaries in English, Malay, Chinese are featured in domestic and international media, including Sinar Harian, Astro AWANI, Astro AEC, Malaysia Kini, Contemporary Review, The Star, The Edge, Utusan Malaysia, South China Morning Post, Project Syndicate, and New York Times. We hope and we are certain that we will benefit from Professor Wong's lecture and the commentaries from our two discussants, Professor Dr. Muhammad Azizuddin Muhammad Sani and Dr. Francis Loh this morning, as well as from our moderator, Professor Dr. Azizul Halim Yahya. So thank you very much, everyone, again for attending this, and let's pay attention to the lecture and also to the discussion that is going through this morning. And I hand over the session to our MC, Dr. Zahrul.
Thank you, Dr. Saleh. Now I would like to invite Professor Dr. Azizul Halim Yahya, CEO of Institute of Continuing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zahrul. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to everyone. Respected friends yang berbahagia, Professor Dato' IR Dr. Muhammad Saleh Jaafar, the President of APM, yang dihormati Professor Dr. Wong Ching Huat, Deputy Head Strategy, United Nations Sustainable Development Solution Network, Asia Headquarters, Sunway University. Yang dihormati Professor Dr. Muhammad Azizuddin Muhammad Sani, Professor Politics and International Relations, UUM's College of Law, Governments and International Relations. And finally, yang dihormati Dr. Francis Loh Kok Hua, former Professor of Politics, USM, and also Senior Advisor, Forum of Federations, Ottawa. And to all APM councils members and APM members, fellow professors, students, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be here with all of you for addressing this pertinent topic, to discuss this appropriate topic, especially when our general election is around the corner. I will talk a little bit, 1 or 2 minutes, that we're experiencing changing landscapes in expressing our voting or our view in the previous general elections, in elections GE14 or GE13. And we experienced the uncertainty for couple of years. And these times, I believe the people are looking forward to look at what will be the decision made after these general elections 15, because this will contribute the stability of our country and also our future. That's what I believe. So as what Dr. Wong will be talking about, he will be talking as what Dr. Muhammad Saleh mentioned just now, that well, it is a changing patterns that we believe we need to look at again, because of the arrangements of the political party have changed for a couple of years, and then we can see how it changed again this time. So today we have with us the distinguished Professor Wong Ching Huat from Sunway to give his lecture entitled General Election 15 and Beyond Coalitions, Politics and Nation Building in a post-majoritarianism. So without much further ado, Professor Wong, you have 45 minutes, and please come to the screen or to the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Azizul Halim Yahya. A very good morning and salam sejahtera to Professor Dato Muhammad Saleh Jaafar and Professor Azizul Halim Yahya, of course, and our esteemed discussant, Professor Muhammad Azizuddin, and also Professor and also my old friend, Dr. Francis Loh. And to friends from Akademi Profesor Malaysia and beyond in this Zoom room, and also at the YouTube channel of ABM and Astro AWANI. Thanks to Astro AWANI for featuring us. It's indeed a great honor for me to be invited to give this guest lecture by ABM. And I hope that my sharing would be useful for our discussions as we are looking ahead and to what happened next after 19th of November. So I would like to talk about coalition politics and nation building in post-majoritarianism Malaysia. So I would touch on all this concept and then look at GE15 and beyond before coming to the questions that can we professionalize our politics to make it better, because we know that many people have feel disappointed by our politics. I will start with the concept. When we talk about majoritarianism, in simple terms, it means that the winner will takes all. And Alan Large-Part, a great political scientist, proposed two prototypes of democracy. One is majoritarian, the other one is consensus. The common features in majoritarian democracy includes, among others, single-party majority government, as opposed to broad coalition government, executive dominance, as opposed to a legislative and executive balance, two-party system, as opposed to multi-party system, first-past the post electoral system, as opposed to proportional representation.
Sorry to interrupt, Prof. Wong.
Yes.
Could you please put your slides in the presentation?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to press that.
All right, thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you. So, first-past the post, as opposed to proportional representation, and unitary states, opposed to federalism or decentralization. And in particular, I want to talk about Westminster majoritarianism, because that's the reference point for many of us when we think about politics due to the colonial legacy. In UK, we have single-party majority government for most of the time, and more than that, alternation between two broad-based parties. And thirdly, these two parties would compete towards the center. In political science, we call that centripetalism. I want to add on, there are two other features that often get overlooked. One is backbench reward, meaning that government MPs who are not minister or deputy minister, the backbenchers, they can actually vote against government motions and bills. Even though technically theoretically they can be punished, but most of the time, they will just simply get away. I give you one of the most illustrative example, Jeremy Corbyn, the former leader of British Labour Party. From 1997 to 2010, when his party was the government, he, as a backbencher, defied the party whip for 428 times. Now, that's 33 times per year. He was never denied, he was never sacked from the party, nor denied candidacy, as what happened to many popular incumbents this round. And why so? Because in British politics, the candidates for the parties are selected mainly by the party branches. So it's a bottom-up process. Now, next, let's look at coalition building. In comparative terms, when we talk about coalitions, we actually mean post-election coalitions, meaning the parties, members of the coalitions were competitors in the elections. They form coalitions only after election to either to be government in most cases, in some cases, to be a legislative pact or alliance. If the coalition has a majority in the House, that's the majority coalition, and that would give us what we understand as stability, as in single party majority government. If these coalitions consist of the major party from both sides of the spectrum, then it is called a grand coalition, as what we had in the last German federal government headed by Angela Merkel. But it is also possible for a post-election coalition to be a minority. For example, the first New Zealand government under Jacinda Ardern. Her party, Labour, and her partner, New Zealand First Party, they only commanded less than 50% of the seats in the parliament, and they depended on the support of Green Party on a confidence and supply agreement. In Malaysia, when we talk about coalition, we would assume that coalitions would be pre-election coalitions, because that has been the model we had since 1952, or more accurately, 1955, when the alliance won a landslide in our first national election. And the common feature of that is that the component parties in the coalitions would put up a single slate of candidates. So they would not compete against each other. And why do they do so? One is to pool the vote together under the first past the post electoral system. Second is to share power after point in the election as well, because voters may be very national in outlook, that they want a stable government. If a pre-election coalition persists over time, then you can consider that as a permanent coalition. And it would evolve almost to become one single party, while the component members would just become like formalized factions. Next, before we talk about nation building, it's important to formally introduce the term nations and states. Of course, both terms have many definitions. I would like to cite Benedict Anderson's for nation, which is an imagined political community, imagined as both inherently limited and sovereign. So we are talking about people here having the same idea of who they are and what common faith they have, and so on. Then we have the state, and of course, I would cite Max Weber's authoritative definition here. State is a monopolist in the legitimate use of physical force within a given territory. And the relationship between this nation and state can lead us to think about that a nation must have a state, and that's the nation state. And often it would stress on commonalities, homogeneities, and so on. But Linz and Stepan also argue that you can actually have a state reverse that relationship to build a nation out of a multi ethnic multicultural state. So such state nations like India would be much more accommodative and diverse. So when we talk about nation building here, it can mean a wide range of things, from a very accommodative integrations to some cohesive assimilation. And our very own Professor Samsu AB and Dr. Anis proposed that we should look at the traditional concern of national unity in a broader sense, that they argue that while we may not be able to achieve national unity, we should strive for social cohesion and reconciliations, such that we can actually agree to disagree and move on politically. Now, how are these concepts applied in Malaysia? I'll go very quickly. Lajpat, the same political scientist we mentioned just now, in his early work in 1977, characterized Malaysia as a consultational democracy, by which he listed 4 features in consultational democracy. The first is grand coalition, second is mutual veto, third, proportionality, and fourth, segmental autonomy. Strictly speaking, only segmental autonomy is found in Malaysia or Malaya then, because we have different communities with different social, cultural structures, from association to schools and so on. We have some sort of proportionality in a very big sense in the beginning. In the early independence years, there was not really a mutual veto, but decision-making was attempted to be as inclusive as possible. But what really gave rise to this characterization that Malaya was a consultational democracy was grand coalition. Lajpat thought that when you have Malay, Chinese, and Indian to be represented by 3 parties in government, they took away the competitions between the groups. So we have a grand coalition. But this is actually quite different from grand coalitions. In his original idea of consultational democracy in Europe, over there, grand coalitions are formed only after elections. And it's meant to be provisional, meaning at the end of the parliamentary term, the component parties of the grand coalitions would continue to compete against each other. So it does not take away their competition. It just merely want to share power between rivals. And after 1969, the so-called constitutionalism has been gradually replaced with Malay dominance. We have to understand that the 1969 general election was practically a Malay tsunami. PAS won 10% point of Peninsular votes from UMNO in that election, despite a very minimal increase of parliamentary seats from 9 to 12. And the outcome of that, as we all know, is the National Economic Policy, National Culture Policy, the Amendment to Sedition Act, and Article 10, Clause 4 of our Federal Constitution to ban discussions or questionings on matters like citizenship, national language, the special positions of the Malays and Bumiputra, and also the monarchy. And in 1973, we have malapportionments of constituency since then. And in 1974, the alliance was expanded to become the Barisan Nasional to absorb both Sabah and Sarawak alliance, as well as 3 opposition parties. In 1986, and UMNO parliamentarians, Abdullah Ahmad coined the term Ketuanan Melayu. Now, this is what people normally talk about. I want to bring your attention to another version of Malay nationalism that is framed in a very radical form of anti-colonialist narrative. This is Amanat Hadi. He said in 1981, we fight BN because it preserved the colonialist constitution. because it was drafted under the supervisions of the British government, the infidels law, the common law, and the pre-Islamic rule, or in Malay, peraturan jahiliah. So what he argued for then is a restoration of pre-colonial order based on Sharia. Now I want to come back to this idea of consociationalism, and because what we had from 1955 to 1990 is a one coalition predominance. The idea that this was a constitutional democracy is not true, as what Professor Donald Horowitz pointed out. In an environment of ethnic conflict, there is room for only one multi-ethnic parties or alliance. After one such party establishes itself, all the electoral opportunities are located on the ethnic flanks. So what you have was from Alliance National Front, because it was multi-ethnic, it constantly got attacked by opposition from both sides. The Malay opposition, especially PAS, would attack Alliance and Barisan Nasional for not being Malay or Muslim enough. While the non-Malay opposition, almost all of them were theoretically socialist or social democratic party, would take the positions of the minority to criticize BN for too pro-Malays and discriminative towards the non-Malays. Now, what we are seeing here is unidimensionalities of politics. Things are seen as, on one end, Malay Muslim, and on the other end, minorities' interests. So in such situation, what we find that this is far different from the grand coalitions in the European countries, because this consociational setup doesn't take away the ethnic tension. It doesn't reduce ethnic tension over time. Instead, the centrist party, the coalition here, would constantly get attacked, and the price to be paid by the opposition is that they themselves became unelectable as well. How can we move away from what the pessimistic predictions of Professor Horowitz, which was very true? A required church, a help from UMNO. The Sikhisms a split in UMNO produce a splinter party that could then brought PAS and DAP together to form the multi-ethnic opposition coalition. The first attempt was Gagasan Rakyat, multi-ethnic, and the Muslim Angkatan Perpaduan Ummah, all Muslim. Two coalitions joined with the common leader in Semangat 46. And the next attempt was the Barisan Alternative. So when you have here, when the opposition joined together with an UMNO splinter party, they reduce their radical positions from the flank. So you see a shrinking of the first dimension, and at the same time, a second dimension emerges. So you have reform on the opposition end and stability on the BN end. So that's what we had until 1990 and 2015. What happened since 2015 was a very interesting transition. And before that, from 2008 to 2015, we have high of bipartisan. That was the closest time that we are to the British styles of bipartisan. From 2015 to 2018, you have a tripartite competitions between BN, PH, and PAS. This is, of course, BN miscalculation based on the result of two by-elections. And what is interesting is 2018 to 2020, we have a different type of bipartisan. It's one of a multi-ethnic government in PH and a mono. and a mono-ethnic opposition in UMNO and PAS. That led to the collapse of PH government through the Sheraton move. And what we had after the Sheraton move from 2022 today until 2022 is that we have a hung parliament. Now, what caused these changes is the denationalizations of East Malaysian politics. This is a fundamental reason why we are having hung parliament. Because after the defeat of BN in 2018, the East Malaysian Party, in particular GPS, and then later UMNO Sabah, and also in between them, the PDM parties moved out of Barisan Nasional. And with all this party going on their own, you look at GPS and its splinter, PSB, GRS, UMNO Sabah, and Warisan, another splinter from UMNO, going on their own, there's almost no way that we're going to have a simple single-party majority government unless a national coalition, meaning BN, PH or PN, can win close to 112 seats, or at least close to 100 seats. And so that's not possible. And what we see after that was decoupling of federal and state politics, because this round, we have had 4 elections other than Sarawak, 3 early elections before this round. And now you have 6 states decided to go on their own, perhaps to full terms. So this is the first time we have a majority of states staying out from the federal elections since 1959. And we are also seeing the signs that permanent coalitions are ending. Because even when these coalitions, when you have the coalition partners taking on each other. It started with the Sabah elections. You have 1/4 of seats contested by BN, PN, and PBS. All these were members of the federal government then. And you see full contestation between BN and PN in both Malacca and Johor. So these are the transitions we have gone through. It's very unsettling for many Malaysians because these are things that we do not know. And these are things that we never asked for those who have voted in 2018 for a 2-party system, 2-coalition system. And that's why there have been a lot of disillusionment and disappointment. And if you like, if you take a longer horizon, we have basically just gone back to 1978 and 1986, because at that time, you had BN sandwiched by PAS on the right and DAP on the left. And today, we basically have PAS expanded into P on the right and DAP on the left. And today, we basically have PAS expanded into PN and DAP expanded into PH after the 2-coalition system period. And of course, what would be different from 78 and 86 is that we also now have the second dimension between reform and stability. Even you look at PN, you look at BN, they all want to talk about reform on the institutional end. Now, where do we go from here? What would happen after the 19th of November? What would happen to political competition, stability, and accountability? I am not proposing that I have a crystal ball before me that I can tell you what the outcome is. This is not a presentation from Merdeka Center and so on. What I want to suggest or invite you to join is to imagine what's going to happen after 19 November. Regardless what's the outcome, we are likely to see some common patterns here. And it's important for us to be prepared rather to be shocked and surprised or panic. It would be a hung parliament. It's inevitable because the East Malaysian Party will win possibly over 40 out of 57 seats. Here, I exclude UMNO Sabah. So the rest, and of course PH. So the rest are basically the East Malaysian parties that we talk about. And with that, given that situation, no national coalitions can win close to about 100 seats in Peninsula, unless the second condition change. Otherwise, hung parliament becomes inevitable. But some people express fear of hung parliament because they characterize that the last 3 years since Sheraton move as a political mess. I would argue against this simplistic judgment, because comparatively, hung parliament can still deliver political stability, economic dynamism, and social inclusion. We have good example in Germany, Canada, New Zealand, Denmark, and so on. And in Malaysia, hung parliament with the MOU delivery has delivered greater stability and more reforms than even the PH majority government. We talk about anti-hopping law. Was that so difficult to be delivered by PH? No. The only reason that it did not happen was because the dominant party, the Prime Minister Party, Bersatu, in the PH government, benefited from party crossing. That's the reason why we did not have it. Is it so difficult to have equal constituency allocations for all MPs or for opposition MPs? No. PH did not do it because they were trapped in this dominance mentality. For all the talk that they wanted a two coalition system, when they got into power, they were more interested or subconsciously positioned themselves to be the new dominance coalition. But for hung parliament to really work, like in Germany, Canada, New Zealand, Denmark, and so on, it needs clear and pragmatic rules for coexistence of different parties, of governments and oppositions. How should we form post-election coalition government? First, we must remember or be prepared that government formation takes time. It may take up to a week. That was about the time we took for the Muhyiddin government to be formed after Sheraton move. So don't be panicked. And there is a joke from Germany, if you like. I know some Malaysians probably find it unbearable. They have their elections in September. But 2 elections ago, the government could not be formed until December. So the joke then was like, would Christmas come first or new government come first? Good for them. They got the government before Christmas. But the last election, the last government before this one, they took government formation took beyond Christmas. It came only as Easter present. Why? German party actually engaged in the negotiation, not just over like which ministry we got and which ministry you will get, but they were very much into manifesto. So they want to make sure this works. Now, before we go further on that, what I want to argue is that if we're going to have a coalition government, or on top of that, if the government feels that there's a need to sign a confidence and supply agreement with some of the opposition parties, all these agreements should be made public. That's the only way we can ensure promises would be kept, and we would not have political power struggle, controversies, smear campaign emerging over unfulfilled promises. We have had seen in very recent memory how Tun Dr. Mahathir reneged on his promise to pass the baton to Anwar Ibrahim, and also the unfulfilled promise by Datuk Sri Ismail Sabri to Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin on appointments of Deputy Prime Minister. And I must warn that the new government may even collapse if the budget or the financial bill cannot be passed. So the government will face after elections, will face two immediate tests on political stability. One is formation of government. Second is the test on the budget. Now, to be accurate, it's very unlikely that we can get the budget passed because the government probably would be formed and settled down in its business by early December. And it would not be in time for the budget to be passed because it takes weeks. So what is likely is the government would table a bill for the parliament to grant it some withdrawal from the consolidated front. But if that bill gets defeated, it will be considered as defeating a budget. So it's important for the negotiations on government formation to take into account of all this. And probably you want to go beyond just a simple majority, that you might want to sign another CSA with the opposition, with some of the opposition. This is what happened in New Zealand. Well, because they did not have a majority, but it's important for us to buy extra insurance. And I think what is important is also coalition negotiation should use manifesto to assess compatibility. Otherwise, we would have a blame game at some point by the next elections or even before that, that coalition partner would blame each other that why this is not done and so on. This should be clearly spelled out, and therefore it is important that this round we have 3 national coalitions came out with clear manifesto for the post-election negotiation. They should fall back to this. Certainly you will not be able to get everything you want, but it's important for everyone to know what are each red lines that you must not cross. And potential coalition partners should refrain from excessive hostility in this election. If you are at each other's throat now, it'll be very hard for you to hug and kiss after election. That's just simple human nature. And the government should aim to last full term till 2027 to deliver economic confidence. Many international friends I talk to, from diplomats to business people, they express lack of confidence because things are so unpredictable. They want to know how long would the government last, when the next election would be. All this guessing game on election day, trying to catch the opposition by surprise, have to be thrown out of window. Old politics has to give way to the new one. And what about Prime Minister or Chief Minister candidates? We must recognize that this is a parliamentary system. Prime Minister or Chief Minister is the one who can command confidence from a majorities of MPs or ADUN, not necessarily the most popular ones amongst voters. People always have to remember this. And if we think whoever can assemble a majority in the House is not so trustworthy and so on, the solution should be about crippling or restricting his or her power, rather than trying to overthrow the Prime Minister using every possible means. And the next point I want to stress is that there should be only one name from the coalition government bloc to be presented to the palace. It's very, very irresponsible to our democracy and economy, as well as to the fundamental idea of constitutional monarchy, to say that my party or my coalitions will submit a few names and let the palace decide. You are basically shifting the responsibility to the palace and drag the palace, the monarch, the constitutional monarch, into partisan politics. That's very irresponsible. And Malaysians, opinion leaders, media must make it clear that this is unacceptable. Otherwise, why would people go to vote in elections if whatever outcome mediated through the parties cannot be respected? And to protect the new Prime Minister, Chief Minister from immediate occurrence of no confidence vote, we should have a confirmatory vote of confidence or investiture. That should happen within 2 weeks after his or her appointment. That would take away, that would function like a vaccine. If you pass, you table a motion of confidence in yourself and get it passed, it takes away the excuse for your opponent to bring you down immediately. And we must talk about decentralization. As I said earlier, the decoupling of federal and state politics is good because it may discourage hate politics. Why? When parties need to contemplate that I may join force with party B, with coalition B at the federal government against C and D, but maybe with C against B and D in state X, and maybe C and B with D against C and B in state Y. That would force us to be more rational, because ultimately, you know, this is an ongoing game and you cannot afford to go to the extreme because that will limit your choices. But going beyond this, I think we need to deal with decentralization very carefully. The rise of East Malaysia is inevitable and should be welcome, but it should also be honestly and prudently managed. To promise 35% of parliamentary seats to a segment of electorate that constitute only 17% is politically expedient and irresponsible. Why? This may create a situation in GE16. Let's say a bloc from East Malaysia won about 30% of seats with 10% of popular support. They may become the largest bloc in the federal government. But the popular support for this federal government may be less than 30% or 40%. How can we have stable politics if the majority of the majority party does not command anything close to a majority in the party? They're asking for trouble. But for such political expediency to emerge, it really has to do with the fact that West Malaysian politicians refuse to think through about decentralization. We do not have a real commitment to decentralization. Therefore, but at the same time, it becomes so politically incorrect for you to say no to Sabah Sarawak. So you have nothing else to offer except to give all these lip services. I don't think such promise of 35% of parliamentary seats can actually get a 2/3 to be passed through. But giving unfulfillable promise would eventually just lead East Malaysian to greater disappointment and disillusions. So what we really need is well-thought decentralization that should devolve powers from the federalists to the concurrent and stateless. It should include fiscal decentralization, sharings of income tax revenue, and not just about petroleum. Why this is important? Because we should talk about decentralization as a nationwide project. It's not just pacifications or appeasement, rightly so, to East Malaysia. What we should do is to decentralize power from Putrajaya to all the states, but always guarantee more for Sabah and Sarawak. And it's important for Sabah and Sarawak to move away from the 1963 mindset, thinking that the federal government is just a Malaya government. No, Malaya is not England.
Prof.
In
Wong,
England,
just a gentle reminder, you got another 10 more minutes, Prof. Wong. Yeah.
sure, thank you. I've come to the end as well. England doesn't have regional governments. We have 11 states here, and 9 of them have a constitutional monarchy. And decentralization should also strengthen the Senate, Dewan Negara, as a primary guardian of state rights. It should be 100% elected and 70% each for Sabah and Labuan and Sarawak. Why? So that they have a veto. If your real concern is to have a veto power to increase your negotiation power, what we need is over-representation in Dewan Negara, not Dewan Rakyat. And finally, we should introduce decentralization within Sabah and Sarawak so that you will have power devolved from Kuching to Kapit, from Kota Kinabalu to Peningau. And it should not stop at creating state-level warlords. And I want to touch very quickly about abstentions and political apathy and vote suppressions. The last 4 state elections show us a very troubling picture that the number of abstention has gone up, and it is caused by 2 problems. One is political apathy, that I call it the party aku malas undi, too lazy to vote party. In particular, you look at Malacca and Johor, it has gone from 34% to 45%. And the second problem is vote suppressions. The number you see here, 33% for Sabah and 39% for Sarawak, is actually not too surprising, especially for Sarawak. Their state election has always been between 60% to 70%. Why? Because we do not have absentee voting facilities. And we have so many Sabahan and Sarawakians having to study and work outside the state because of regional imbalance. But we have the same things in Kelantan. We have so many Kelantanese people working, say, in Klang Valley and Johor Bahru. Why do they all have to go home? Why can't they vote where they are? And we have candidacy selections problem this round. And in fact, this is a very complicated problem because you have competing consideration alongside seat negotiation due to coalition politics. Parties want to retain stronghold, they want to expand territory, and therefore put their strong leaders in some new constituency. But they also want to respect the local or grassroots preferences. They want to cultivate new talents. They want to enhance women, youth, minority representations. But what we have seen is the purgings of some popular incumbents across party. You have in DAP, Keadilan, and UMNO. And this may cause low turnout or defeat. And what are the solutions? One is to fix it between first past the post. Second is go beyond it, and this can be a midterm solution. We should introduce party list system alongside our first past the post. So you can have party list candidates which would be centrally decided. So the party can feel their new talents there, and you can apply group quota for women, youth, or minorities. At the same time, you should give more greater say for the local input, not necessarily by the branches alone, but maybe using opinion poll to know what the people want in deciding constituency candidates. And this is my last slide. professionalizing Malaysian politics. We need a political upgrade. We have to recognize that multi-party democracy is built on division. The word party comes from part. Part means division. If we do not have divisions, we do not have democracy. If you really want unity in all sense, you need to apply a citizenship act with North Korea. One nation, one people, one language, one culture, one party, and one dear leader. But democracy requires divisions to provide check and balance, choice and competitions. And how do people ask these two questions? How do we move away from communal politics? My answer is that you have to develop non-communal divisions. You cannot do away division. You have to develop non-communal divisions. And how to move away from corruptions? We have to enhance policy competition. Because when party can win based on patronage, they don't need policy competitions. That leads to bad mismanagement, ill management, but also patronage, which would lead to corruptions. So we really want to do this. We have to get our politicians fighting on each other on ideas, not on who and whose ancestor comes to this country first, not on whose God is truer than others. So professionalizing politics means we need division between good people with different ideas, not seeing themselves as good people and all their opponents as bad people. We need product differentiation during elections. We need to be more serious about manifesto, but also to make sure the manifesto would not stand in the way after elections for government formation negotiation. So we need compatibility between elections. And I'll end my lecture here. Thank you so much again to the Akademi Profesor Malaysia for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Professor Dr. Wong for being on the dot in your presentation and also for your enlightening us of the outcomes of your based on your presentations. So I'm going to elaborate. Let's allow our discussants to respond to your presentations, and also later on we allow Q&A at the end of our presentation. So with our first discussions this morning, we have Professor Dr. Muhammad Azizuddin Muhammad Sani. Welcome, Prof, to APMs. Prof. Dr. Muhammad Azizuddin Muhammad Sani is a professor in politics and international relations, UUM College of Law, Government and International Relations. He was a visiting fellow at the Institute of Southeast Asian Studies, or ASIAS, Singapore, and visiting professor at the National Institute of Development and Administration, NIDA, Bangkok, Thailand. He has published widely in many international journals and actively share his view and insight with local international media agencies on topics such as human rights, civil liberties, media politics, democratizations, Malaysian politics, and he also is a member of APM. So, Prof, welcome to the floor, and the floor is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning. Thank you, Prof. Azizul. And first of all, I think I want to express my gratitude to particularly the Akademi Profesor Malaysia for inviting me as a discussant for this session by Professor Dr. Wong Chin Huat. And also thank you for Prof. Datuk Saleh for your kind introduction earlier. And also at the same time, so I'm glad to see also Prof. Francis Loh for some time, I think. Now finally we met online. I wish we met face to face. Okay, thank you very much again for the invitation, and I think I will thank you very much for to Prof. Wong Chin Huat, because you enlightened us a lot of things, you know, from Malaysian past and also the present, and also probably what we expect for the future after the GE15, you know. So, and I concur with many of your arguments. Probably I have some more alternative view in looking of the aspect from the beginning until the end of your presentation just now, particularly when it comes to the issue of stability of government. Even though we talk about the discourse, the narrative right now, mostly about how to establish the stable government, and but in reality, actually, when we talk about stable political stability in Malaysia, actually is there compared to many other nations, which are in trouble. I think we used to be compared with Sri Lanka previously, but somehow we never, replicate Sri Lanka because we are very stable. But what we are looking now in the context of Malaysia is how to establish a stable government. Okay, I think that's we have to bear in mind in the aspect of our discussion today. And when you talk about earlier in regard to the aspect of divided society, for example, when we touch on theories such as consociationalism or majoritarian theory, and central capitalism as well, theory, for example, actually both theory look in the context of divided society, how to stabilize the countries, and somehow Malaysia actually not implementing both of the theory, but what we practice in Malaysia somehow a kind of a modified consociationalism, meaning that all aspects of the four, for example, element of consociationalism, we actually partly practice in Malaysia, but one important aspect, which is proportionalism, actually we are not really implementing this because it's related to our electoral system as well. Whether we are going towards still continue with first past the post, or are we going towards proportional representation in our system. So that's why I think what we discuss now is about modified constitutionalism. And when it comes to Donald Horowitz' theory on central capitalism, which I think might suggest that we encourage more multiracial, multicultural political party to compete to overcome the single race-based or ethnic-based political party, which is, I think, not really turned into a reality in Malaysia, even though we have multi-racial political party in Malaysia, but still dominated by certain ethnic group, like PKR with Malay, DAP with, Chinese, Gerakan with Chinese dominated member group, So meaning that in reality it's not turned out to be, a truth in the context of political, competition in Malaysia. Okay, but having looking at constitutionalism and central capitalism, actually what we discuss is about ethnic politics. I know Professor Faisal's law probably interests more on caste politics, but for me, I think I'm looking at the other aspect. For example, why not we discuss about the people needs nowadays? Because we can see that since year 2000 until today, the discourse actually about a new politics in Malaysia, which is triggered by three movements, which is the civil society movement, which is become more advanced now, and also the youth, for example, movement. And I think there's another one is which I want to highlight actually, the establishment of the new avenue for political engagement by the people directly to the rulers or to the leaders, political leaders, through the internet, for example. Meaning that we have a social media aspect of that. So what actually we want and we should actually look on the context of Malaysia, people want to engage directly in politics, meaning that people are interested in politics. So that's, I think, the idea of deliberative democracy, I think, should be in place in the discourse, the current discourse in Malaysian politics, even though it's still new, but need to be added because people want to engage themselves. And because if you say that Malaysian people, they are very apathy, I don't think so, because in terms of turnout rate in every election is very high. Even though we can talk just now about Melaka state election and also Johor state election, which is very low. But I think when it comes to generation 15, I think we can see that it's going to be very high, even though the turnout rate in terms of percentage might be low. But turnout rate still very high. So I think in this context, ethnic politics is always there, but we need to see a different discourse in the context of Malaysian politics. So I think you just now you trace on several other aspects. For example, you touch on CSA, which is I think very important if we have a minority government. But this just a temporary solution. It's not really a permanent solution for the country. We still need to have a majority government, which I think will bring stability and to govern well in the context of Malaysia. So temporary solution should be okay. But when it comes to you discuss about grand coalition, what we expect, I think, going to be a super grand coalition, because we already have a grand coalition, and we are one of the unique country in the world where the grand coalition actually created before the election. And what we see now, the competition between BN, PN, PA, GTA, even GPS, and also GRS, I think all is a grand coalition. But I agree with you. There is, by looking of the coming election, there's no single coalition can form a government. It needs a super coalition that can bring together parties in order to form a government. So that's why I think in order to have that, we need to have a strong leader. Who's that leader? I think probably we can look on our poster boy. Who's the credible one to form the government? Yeah? So, okay, just now I just comment a few things about what you discussed just now when you talked about Amanat Haji Hadi. Yeah? I have different view a bit about Amanat Haji Hadi. Even though I disagree with the Amanat, but I think actually the Amanat Haji Hadi is a way of pass to respond not to Malaysian local politics, actually more on international politics, which is in 1979 when we have Iranian Islamic Revolution, and PAS took the opportunity to champion this cause to establish an Islamic State. That's why there are many criticism to our democratic system. But later on, I think they agree that in order to form a better government, a good government, they need to follow the the democratic process in Malaysia. So meaning that the election still the system that they can accept. And I think from there they are very consistent. From the the election 1982 until today, they never take other than election to be in power. So I think that's the change that they made. I'm not sure whether they still subscribe to Amanat Haji, but I think the process that they took until today actually following the democratic process that I think is needed in our countries. Okay. Okay. One thing which I think I want to touch a bit about the aspect of grand coalition, because you mentioned about in 1990s we have two coalition system, or two party system. Then suddenly it's changed to that. Okay, I have a discussion with Datuk Khalid Nordin, former Menteri Besar Perak, Menteri Besar Johor. He said that Barisan Nasional, why it appeals to the people when the position is in central. But when they move, okay. In reality, all political parties within Barisan Nasional actually they are right wing, but somehow when they become part of the coalition, they become central. But the problem is that since you mentioned since 2013, they moved to the right. So it's not appealing to the masses, most masses. And that I think makes a sudden change to Barisan Nasional. Even though we can see that a significant number of the population, particularly the Malays, is supporting Barisan Nasional. So, but if you look on the trajectory of Barisan Nasional, it losing ground, meaning that it losing support since 1999. But okay, why they're losing support? Okay, this I think related to Professor Loh used to write something about the middle class movement. I think we have a huge number of middle class in Malaysia, about probably almost 60% of the population, middle class, living in urban area, suburban area. They actually want something different. And the reformasi movement that happened in 1999 actually is a trigger point done by Anwar Ibrahim to kickstart the movement to change the nation. I think you can see from 1999, even though 2004, Barisan Nasional won the biggest in the history, but suddenly they dropped until they lost in 2018. So because the tsunami that we talk about in the last election, actually the tsunami of middle class, because they want to change everything to a new kinds of politics. So, but the problem of us now in Malaysia, when we have a grand coalition like Barisan Nasional, the alternative to that, like you mentioned, Barisan Rakyat, Angkatan Pemuda Ummah, Barisan Alternatif, what else? Pakatan Rakyat, all actually they're not an alternative. Actually, they are trying to replicate Barisan Nasional. So the model of politics is still the same. So what happens now when Pakatan took over the government? Then they lost because the agenda of Pakatan actually a mixed match between the agenda to reform, but suddenly there's some group, for example, Bersatu, still have an agenda to maintain like what you call Keturunan Melayu, everything. So it is collapsed. So now, when we have at least four, grand coalition, even though we can see Barisan Nasional, Pakatan Harapan still, have some more advantage compared to the others, but people now on the ground confused, including the middle class also confused, because they can see the difference between all these political parties, all almost the same. So in that way, it's difficult actually. It's difficult for the people now to determine who is the best to form a government. That's why I think they will look on not only party, but they will look on the personality that can lead the nation. Okay, probably several last of the point that I want to make, which is I think probably about decentralization, for example. Decentralization, it requires a very in-depth discussion about this. Not simply we can allow, because even though you can see that decentralization will somehow discourage, hate politics. I think for me it will encourage hate politics, because it will trigger more the sentiment of states rather than we as a nation. Because when you talk about Ben Henderson, about the emergent community, about Samsul Amri, for example, talking about nation of intents, actually they are, meaning that we want to create an identity of Malaysia. Because problem is now we identify based on our ethnicity, not really as a nation. So by allowing this decentralization, it become more state, identity with prevalence over the national identity. Even like for example, like in Johor, we already talk about Johor, Bangsa Johor. So I'm not sure. I think it will break the nation if we're not carefully in implementing decentralization. So I think even though the idea is good, but I'm not sure whether it's practical to be implemented. So it requires to have more discussion and also deliberation on this aspect. And last point, I think you also mentioned about the election turnout rate. Turnout rate is very low because parties on. I think it's also happened everywhere around the world, particularly among the youth. But we have situation in the nation where people are scared to vote. That's why I think when it comes to GE15, it changed dramatically. I think people eager to vote. Even in my survey also, I can see about more than 80%. I think close to 90% of the young voters, I think they will turn out, except for probably automatic voters. Automatic voters are a bit difficult because they never voted. We don't expect them to vote in this combination. That's why I think in terms of turnout rate, it's going to be high, but a percentage is going to be low compared to the last election. So I think that's all from me. Prof. Azizul, later on, probably if needed further, I think I will respond.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Azizul. for responding to Prof. Wong. Is quite interesting, but we are running out of time essentially, and we stick with the time that given to us. So I would like to invite Dr. Francis Loh Kok Hua. But before that, I would like to introduce Dr. Francis first to the audience. Dr. Francis Loh Kok Hua was a professor of politics at the University of Science Malaysia. Presently, he is a senior advisor to the Forum of Federation Ottawa. He wrote a couple of books. His book include The New versus the Old Politics, Malaysian State and Society in Transitions, Regime Change in Malaysia, and also the Xaverian's Journey, the story of Lasallian School in Penang, Malaysia, from 1787 to 2019. And Dr. Francis also was a secretary of Aliran for 20 years and president for 5 years from 2011 to 2016. He previously taught at Monash University, Australia. So, Dr. Francis, the floor is yours. We'd like to listen to your response to Professor Wong. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Moderator, Dr. Azizul. Yang berbahagia, Professor Muhammad Saleh Jaafar, our President of APM, Professor Dr. Muhammad Azizul. You laid very nice backdrop for me to enter the discussion. And of course, Zarul, our coordinator, has been chasing us and then get us all to be scheduled to be on time. And of course, Dr. Wong Jin Huat, my good friend. We've known each other for a long time. He used to only wear black shirt. Now he wears a bit more colorful clothes.
Still black.
Yeah. Okay, salam bahagia. Let me just from the outset say that I agree with what Jin Hua is saying when he talks about that we are going to have a hung parliament. For sure. I think that's going to be on the cards. And I think as a result of that, then he's told us that, be careful. When this happens, it doesn't necessarily mean it will be unstabling. Be careful. It might not really mean that you will actually be, you have to be calm about this kind of things. And you told us, that when you calonkan seorang to become Prime Minister or CM, or Menteri Besar, just one person will do. Don't create havoc by, and preferably don't go and see the Sultan to try to resolve this problem. Give him one calon. So I think these are all very healthy, very good advice for us to really consider. I'm less sanguine with him, less sanguine about his idea that actually we are so, we can be like a Germany, like a New Zealand, that we are, in spite of having a hung parliament, we will be quite stable. I think the reverse could be true, because the difference between our country and those countries is that they have many, many other stable institutions. We don't. And the Pakatan's term in office was only less than 2 years. It didn't have the opportunity to reform our institutions. So I'm talking about our civil service, I'm talking about universities, I'm talking about judiciary. We changed the top people, the bottom people, we don't know yet. We are talking about actually the universities, we are talking about SPR, change a bit, the old style came back again, MACC, and so on and so forth. Our institutions are a bit lacking, as compared to a German situation, a civil. So because of that, what we ended up having in Malaysia was actually UMNO BN became the most powerful political institution in the country. And actually it held the center. It ruled for 60 years. Of course, it dominated over judiciary. It sacked the people they didn't like. It dominated over civil service. They absorbed people, became part of them, and so on and so forth. And they went into industry and so on and so forth. So actually, the most powerful institution for me in the country is actually the political party called UMNO BN. The problem for us today now is that the BN has disappeared. And the UMNO, in the last elections, they only collected 24% of all the seats in parliament. In contrast to last time, almost 50%, 49%. They could hold the center together. So for me, actually, we are going to enter into a period, because of the hung parliament, a period of, I participated in a conference, recently organized by PSSM, and we talked about kemelutan politik. And I think this is going to be a period of porak-poranda, kacau bilau, sedikit banyak keganasan tapi tak ada, no violence. But I think this is how and the state of our economy also is troubling. It's troubling because actually we are stuck. We do not have, the leap forward to the next stage, and I'm a bit surprised that Chin Huat's presentation this morning did not actually mention anything about the economy. Didn't talk actually about how our economy transformed itself over the last 60 years, how the economy then spawned social transformation of our society, including what Dr. Azizuddin rightly pointed out, the rise of the middle class in Malaysia. And because of the NEP, it is a multi-ethnic middle class. And this is very important for me. And for me, the fragmentation of our culture, our society, already was evident in 1992. And at that time, we did a book. And the title of our book is actually called The Fragmented Vision, Culture and Politics in Contemporary Malaysia, 1992. This was because of actually the rise of what happened in Operasi Lalang, how Dr. Mahathir had a conflict with Tunku Razali. The whole system broke right down the middle. Team A, Team B, then became Semangat 46 and UMNO Baru. And then there was the rise of the Dakwah movement as well. And in this book, Professor Jomo and Ahmad Shabri Cik, they talk about the different strands of the Dakwah movement. Iqmal Muhammad Said talked about actually even the leftist movement had differences among themselves. Within the Chinese education movement, you also had differences between MCA versus the DAP and also the Tongjiao separately. I talked about the rise of regionalism in Sabah, and another woman talked about even in culture you could see these distinctions. The classic study in that volume was actually one by our friend who's passed away, Koo Kay Jin. And Koo Kay Jin talked about how actually there were actually important distinctions emerging between Dr. Mahathir on the one hand and Tunku Razali's camp on the other. My point is that fragmentation began to take place already. And this is why then, over a period of the next 20 years, I began to talk about how come when you look at the elections, it didn't result in change. And for me, actually, it was because of developmentalism. In the 1990s, Dr. Mahathir pulled things together after especially Operasi Lalang. He pulled things together and our economy began to bubble up. And a lot of FDI started coming into the country. Restructured our entire society. The middle class emerged. So I think this is some category that we have to work into our consideration. I think what is so significant about what has just happened last Saturday, when we look at all the newspapers and listen to Bernama and all that, they were reporting about who was contesting where, 10 candidates here, 9 candidates there, Batu, how many people. Finally, electoral politics or fragmentation emerged in the electoral political process. But it was already there, even within the Malay community, Chinese community, Kadazan community, everybody had so many distinctions. So the question that I want to ask Dr. Wong and other people as well who continue to harp on actually just ethno-religious factors in determining the shape of Malaysian politics, the question then becomes, is this not important? Is this fragmented? Is it still actually ethnic politics that's the factor for mobilizing people when actually Malays are divided into 5, 6, 7 groups politically? Chinese have been divided for a long time already into how many groups? Indian community also, you don't know. I mean, MIC, IPK, and, what do you call it? of different groups. So my point is actually, why do we continue to only harp on ethnic and potential ethnic conflict? And this is where I disagree strongly with the statement that you quoted for us from Horowitz, which is that actually in an ethnic conflict situation, you can only have one group in the center, and actually the other on the wings are pushed to the side, and they begin to turn extremists. For me, actually, when you want to build a nation, you can actually build it along ethno-genealogical lines, which means actually you overemphasize your genealogy. What is your cultural background? What is your language? What is your religious belief? Might be your future? Or you could also begin to build the nation along civic territorial lines, which cross-cuts across race, religion, age, gender, disabilities, and so on and so forth. And I think we must begin to push for the building of a nation along civic territorial lines. Citizenship is the common ingredient for all, regardless of your age, your religion, your gender, your class status, and so on and so forth. So this is a formula. I wish this must be brought back. And I think this is what Pakatan Harapan has been trying to do. The whole PKR movement, when they talk about, the buku jingga and the ketuanan rakyat as opposed to ketuanan, Melayu, this is essentially it. And they're programmed to actually resolve the problems of the rural areas, regardless of the poor, regardless of race. This is actually taking on the notion of a civic territorial nation. And then our state in Malaysia was once upon a time very established, very formidable. We used to, in political science, about Indonesia, dia ada bangsa, dia tak ada negara or pemerintahan. In Malaysia, we had actually a pemerintahan, tapi bangsanya masih belum terjadi. And Dr. Mahathir said, 2020 we will have it. We are already 2022. So I think unsur-unsurnya sudah ada. And this is, for me, this is very important. Now, I just want to make one last comment at the end about your proposals for decentralizing and all that. I support that very much, and how you want to, begin to push for democracy. But I think the point to be made is we have to democratize, not to professionalize our politics. That's the wrong term. It has to be, we have to democratize, which includes decentralizing, which also includes actually creating an autonomous public space outside of parties, outside of the market, outside of the state. That autonomous public space you are already very involved in it with your whole birthday movement. I'm involved in it in my aliran and so on and so forth. And so this is the space that will actually save Malaysia for me. And this will ensure that we become pushing for this civic territorial nation. This is the space that will allow us to decentralize. And also this is a space that will begin to play watchdog over all our kleptocracy, that has emerged. For me, the problem is our parties also have to reform. And for me, unfortunately, for UMNO, Pala was trying to bring about reform of UMNO. And he actually went out this way, not just UMNO, but the country. He said, walk with me. Don't come and work for me. Walk with me. He said, I want to create this IPCMC to actually check our police force, which is, an institution which has been compromised. He said also he went after some of these big guns. He persecuted he took Eric Chia to court, and also Kasida Gadam, the minister. And he announced at that point in time, I've got 18 more people I'm looking into. Unfortunately, Aliran used to ask for, come on, give us more evidence of the 18 other people. But we missed that boat under Patla, and people have the wrong impression of him. There was a picture of him falling asleep in Parliament. And they said, look at this sleepyhead, PM. For me, actually, he was the minister, the prime minister who could actually have saved Malaysia for another period of UMNO PN rule. but we missed the boat. We got rid of him in the end. And as a result of that, the whole system then changed towards a political party, UMNO, which was dominated by the PMO, the Prime Minister's office, under the auspices of Najib Tun Razak. He built a humongous Prime Minister's office. He brought in a lot of this centralization, and the whole kleptocracy, and he's been convicted of this corruption. And his party just went to bust. So I think you cannot talk about the future if we don't fix this problem of our political parties. It's not just the coalition coming together. The economy also needs to be fixed, and we have to invest in the middle class, especially the young people, in the middle class. And they, whether we like it or not, they are crossing boundaries. They're crossing boundaries. They are building bridges with one another, and they astound me. In Penang, I gave a talk recently, the last few years, Penang Youth Development Council. Youth actually is a federal portfolio, but the Penang state government created this body, and I give them, they have a scholar democracy, year in, year out, I help them. And it's a very mixed group of people. And these people actually interact with one another so well. Aliran, my own party, not party, but organization, is a multi-ethnic. My best friends are there. They're Malayu, they're Indians, they're Chinese. So I think we must have faith in that possibility. And we cannot continue to think that, we cannot, this is... Jinhua, you are smiling. I know that I'm not accusing you of making these, errors, so to speak. But I just want to highlight because these points were not made. I know that Jinhua shares a lot of my views. We exchange views, but I just think that in a very important meeting like this, it is very important because it's Akademi Profesor Malaysia. Actually these points need to be highlighted. So that's all for now. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Francis. It's quite interesting listening to your critical response and also very energetic presentations by you. Okay, as being requested by our presenter, that because now we are running, we got another maybe 30 minutes before we end our session for this morning. So I would like to allow question and answer from the question from the participants, because we also would like to listen to what basically their view about this interesting theme or topic that we discussed this morning. Yes, so for Dr. Prof. Wong responding to discussions, maybe we leave it later at the end of after the Q&A with all our participants. So please, audiences who have any questions that you would like to ask, please forward your question in the chat box, or maybe you can talk to the mic. Please do so. We will respond to your questions immediately. We have 20 minutes for Q&A.
But Prof. Azizul, first thing first, I guess Prof. Wong has got to respond to the points made by both discussants, right?
Yes, but Prof. Wong messaged me just now that to allow to Q&A just now.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, unless there are no other questions, but otherwise I would like to hear what the audience had, because I think I can respond together to their questions with what Professor Azizuddin and Professor Francis have given. No questions? Then maybe I can respond to our discussions.
Yeah, please, Prof. Wong, if no question from the floor, so maybe you can respond to both our discussions.
Right. I want to, many points have been shared and we wouldn't have time to go through all of them. So I want to respond to one point from each of our discussants. For Professor Azizuddin, the interesting point that I want to take here is that you say that we need majority government to have stability. That there are two questions to this. This can be our subjective wish, but until Sabahan and Sarawakian Party decide to join the national coalitions again, How do you get it? Can you actually, what are the way that you can actually force it to happen for the national coalitions to win close to about hundreds or even close to 110 and 12 seats in the peninsula? Without that, then by your logic, we would not have stability. So my suggestion is that, say, we have to live with the fact. And it's not so pessimistic that, as what Prof. Francis said, because that we are different from German, we cannot get to that part. The point that I want to make here, in the first part, that why it can work, is that if we look at what the Ismail Sabri government did in that 13 months, that was the most stable period from mid-2019 onwards. Why I say mid-2019? Because that was a time that you see fragmentations in PH started to emerge when the questions of secessions came to the forefront. So for that you count from 2019 to now, we're talking about 3.5 years period, and it's expired 13 months. What's most stable? What did he have? Did he have a majority? His own majority is about 53%. But by signing a CSA with the opposition, he got a conditional majority up to 93%. What it means is that that majority protected him from any attempt to bring him down, but it did not give him a blank check. So you see the defeat of the SOSMA motion, but you don't see problems with the budget and so on. With no confidence vote, no longer the number games of who get more numbers, no longer games of statutory declaration. So that's my first point I want to make, that we have to live with hung parliament, and stability can be achieved with hung parliament. And I want to take to the third point, that what we imagine as political stability in the past does not appear to be so. When was the time that BN had the largest majority? First time was 1995, 65% of votes and 87% of seats. What happened immediately? With that result in 1995, Semangat 46 dissolved in 1996. 1998, we have Reformasi, purging of Anwar. Dominance led to instability because our elites do not know how to deal with dominance. And the second height of BN success was 2004, 64% of votes, 91% of seats. What did it lead to? Political tsunami, because you have UMNO infighting led by Mahathir. You have Hishamuddin raising his queries 3 times, alienating the non-Malays. And even we look at PH, what happened with PH, with the decline of his support from leading to his fragmentation, was actually his growing dominance. PH started with 121 seats before all the independents joined. By the time it collapsed, it has 139 seats. But what did that majority give to PH? It strengthened Bersatu in the fight with PKR on one hand, between Mahathir and Anwar on one hand. But on the other hand, the strengthening of PH was done by tearing apart BN. Bersatu itself took 15 MPs from UMNO. And what happened when BN was deprived of its East Malaysian minority and even its own, about 1/3 of its own MP? It went to the radical because that's the most rational things to do. When multi-ethnic parties occupy the media, it makes sense for UMNO to go to the Frank. Of course, I know Dr. Francis doesn't believe in rational choice theorizing as such, But the fact here is that if you ask politicians, this is what happened. So I would conclude on this part that do we need a majority to bring back stability? I would say, first, it's not currently possible. Second, the opposite is possible. And third, the past record shows us that majority does not necessarily mean stability, especially when they win too big. On Prof. Francis' point, I think we share a lot of common things, but what probably Prof. Francis felt like, why should we talk about ethnicities? And if you don't talk a bit, maybe they will go away. We should look at other things. All that, why didn't I talk about economics and so on? The point here is a very simple question. How do we deal with democracy? How do we make the civic politics you talk about viable in our democracy? How do you get it happen? If we want to talk about class politics, I think the best MP we could have is Dr. Jayakumar, the chair of PSM. He is a good MP in the House, a good MP in the constituency. He doesn't talk about ethnicity. Why would he feel? Of course, you say it's because of the coalition structure and so on, but why is it the larger question? A party like PSM cannot win support. Why are we stuck with ethnic politics? Ultimately, I go back to say, we have to take, I would argue strongly that we have to take a positivist view on politics, how things work, and not let our normative preference crowd our judgment or analysis. PSM would have to, can only survive is either that through institutional reform that allow a smaller party to win representations, or that the main divider of our society has become class. And why is not become class because of ethnicity? Certainly, I agree with Professor Francis on the fragmentation. You look at my last presentations on what the transition, I'm arguing about the fragmentation. It's a Malay party, so we see this. But why is it not strong enough for us to move on? Why do we get stuck with ethno-religious tensions all the time? They never get out of control, but neither do they get out of fashion. Why? Because we do not have strong enough non-communal division. That's fundamental problem. And I want to defend that Prof. Horowitz' point about that in the context of multi-ethnic competitions, when one party occupy the space, then others would have to take the flank. That was very true. And in my citation, I make it very clear it was from 1959 to 1990. That was exactly the case. Because how else are we going to explain that why we have the central left party attacking on Alliance and BN more on identity issues than class issue? DAP is theoretically a social democratic party, but realistically, it's more of a party standing for equal rights, intercommunal equality. How do we actually get all the situation? Because we do not have enough non-communal divisions. And the way to go about it, that I would say that this is where the opportunities are open for us, is the emergence of a hung parliament. When communal parties cannot unite each other, they have to develop new product differentiations among themselves. And this is where we start seeing, for example, between Bersatu and UMNO, or between PN and BN. PN try to positioned itself as a perceived coalition. The tagline was Bersih and Stabil. And this is a new dimension. How do we get the party to go further, differentiate themselves on class and so on environment? These are the things that we need to do. Because ultimately, for a multi-party democracy to work, we need competition that is professional. And there's a reason why I do not use democratizing, because the whole thing we talk about is democratization. There's nothing new towards that. But what I think that is necessary is that our politicians cannot function, cannot perform as professionally as our athletes. Our athletes would compete against each other, but they would not take each other as enemies because they know they are part of the same league, part of the same industry. But not in our case. Our politicians are hostile, toxically hostile towards each other. They want to claim that they monopolize all the goodness and all their opponents are wicked. This is not being professional. We need to get them to realize that, say, if governance is a business, then you have to equip with not just a competence, but also the right attitude to treat your opponents as opponents, not as enemy. You need to know when to differentiate from each other and when to compromise. You need to be able to agitate your crowd, but also when to bring your crowd to peace. We need to make politics work. And that ultimately is the best guarantee for both democracy and a civic nation. Thank you. Sorry, I think a bit longer.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Wong, for your elaborations of what we discussed earlier. But it seems there's no question from the audiences at the moment. So maybe, is there any questions from Prof. Azizuddin or Dr. Francis to Mr. Dr. Prof. Wong?
Reply. Can I respond?
Yes, sure.
No, I just want to say that I've never, if you know that you have read my stuff, I've never said that ethnicity is not important. That's actually putting words into my mind.
Sorry, I was not
That's wrong. I have never said that.
Yeah.
My point is that the politicians might play ethnic politics, but we as political analysts, we do the scholarship, we must be mindful that actually economy has changed, society has been transformed, our politics is moving in new uncharted territory. And for me, that began to happen. I could see it. And my team of people, the people who worked with me in that book, Clive Kessler, Harold Crouch, Domo Sundra, we all analyzed that situation. We came to, hey, this is so fascinating, and so we began to reintroduce the concept of class into our analysis without actually trying to suggest that ethnicity is not important. No, in fact, ethnicity takes a new form. It becomes ethno-religious. It's that kind of a thing. So, that's not correct to suggest that. And I want to make that distinction between the politicians who play an ethnic game and political analysts who must be professional. Talking about professionals, I just want to highlight that in the literature, when we talk about the professionalization of politics, in the American context where I studied, it meant actually the political parties begin to create and their end all is no longer any program. Their end all is actually, we want to get back to office the next time. So the whole period in between, they're collecting money for the next round, just like what they're doing right now in the midterm elections in America. So professionalization is a very bad word. They dress slickly, they talk glibly, but actually they are empty. So I wanted to just make that corrective. I mean, in the British context, maybe it's slightly different. But in the literature on American politics, the professionalization begins to take place at a certain point in time, where actually then you end up in a situation where the president, the Congress, two houses of parliament, the governors, they don't give too much attention to the real problems of the rakyat. And that's why Donald Trump comes along. So I mean, we have to begin to understand. You're talking about professionalization. Where? What example are we talking about? Is it America? Is it the UK? Is it Australia? I like Arden, but is it the New Zealand? But, professionalization, then what is the context? For me, it's actually quite negative to talk about professionalization. I want to talk about how in the future, actually, we must open the space up. And I make a huge distinction, I've been writing about this, between big P, power politics, concerned about elections, small p, people-oriented, friendly, participative politics of everyday life in between elections. And I want to actually nurture that. And I think that will sustain us for the future. Not the big P politics. I've become very cynical about that. But small P politics, but I'm not saying we get rid of it. Everybody must come out to vote on the 19th. Must, and you know who to vote for. But we must build small P politics as well. And that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I do not object to the building up of the small P politics, but I think the formal politics need to be transformed. It need to be made more professional. And nowhere at all I refer to the American model. You look at my works, I seldom make a reference to American model because it's a very different political system. It's presidential, it's hyper decentralized, hyper monetarized, and so on. The example I was looking at is continental, where you actually have moving away from the adversarial types of parliamentary politics. You look at continental politics, it's much more deliberative. I mean, not to the extent that they would invite everyone's all the time to invite the people to take part. It's not an idea of citizen assembly, but continental politics is professional. People acknowledge and say, we are different, we have different ideas to compete, and whoever wins, we should not treat others as outcasts, as enemies, as insurgents or whatsoever. This is something we cannot deal with because our politicians don't moralize their cause.
Point well taken. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Prof. Wong. Thank you, Dr. Francis. Maybe Prof. Azizuddin want to say something? You are muted, Prof.
Okay, sorry. In terms of what Prof. Wong respond to just now, I think I don't want to respond to that. I think I want to add some more aspect because I remember yesterday I read your slide. You mentioned about promotion of political competition to reduce patronage competition. This I think is very tough to see the eradication of the patronage system in Malaysia because I think all parties doing it. It comes from two aspects, which is our party system, which is really unlike party system in the West. So that's why Western theory sometimes cannot be applicable to our context because our political party actually different. We are more a bit mass-based movement when we have hierarchical structure, and in order to survive, they have to practice patronage system, politics. It also come from our political culture, feudalistic political culture, feudalistic minded, which is to make people rely on the leader for welfare, for example. That's why there's political party is a bit difficult to perform, or political leader, or member of parliament, for example, or ADUN can perform their duty like what the Westerners counterpart can do, but they have to take care even to pay bills for the electorates in their constituencies. So to that kind of extent, they have to protect their loyal supporter in order to secure the win in the election. But the problem now is that previously is carried by Barisan Nasional to UMNO, even MCA, MSC, but now also carried by other political parties. So that's why I think even though we can encourage competition to eradicate this, but I think it will enhance this actually by having competition. So I don't know whether you can respond to that to this, Prof. Wong, and
right.
looking in the context of this?
Sure. I think all parties at the end, when you come to elections, the candidates want to win support. People would ask and say, what do you have in offer? And some of us like to imagine that, as rightly so, that we vote in the elected representative to make law, to scrutinize government and so on. But for a lot of voters, they were just basically looking at, say, what they can bring home to the constituency. As one MP put it very bluntly, MPs are seen by some voters as just ATM machine. And that's really patronage. And why so? Because it goes back to our parliamentary institutions, fall back to its first function. It's not about making law, not approving budget, not scrutinizing the government, but installing and dismissing government. Parliament is an electoral college for the executive in the parliamentary system. And so if you can actually install the government and the government reward you by giving you more patronage and you win the support, we would never, ever get out of party hopping problem. In the last Sabah elections, we had in between 2018 to 2020, we had 24 Aduns who crossover party. We're not talking about coalitions. 17 of them returned to their own constituency to seek re-elections. 11 of them won. Basically, if you have jumped to a party affiliated with the federal government, you can retain your constituency. But if you jump to become an independent, you're likely to lose it. Because ultimately, people are voting for the patronage. And this is where the trouble is. We talk about policy and so on, but when your lawmakers are not actually policy savvy, our choice are actually the technocrats or whoever consultant they hire from the private sector. And we cannot hold them accountable. So we want to change all this. We need to get our politicians to compete on the idea. Even though it started off with something maybe with a strong identity considerations. For example, you want to come up with a policy that disproportionately help one ethnic group to others. But in the process, if you develop an idea, a justification for that, then over time, we would have competitions over idea. We would look at our lawmakers and say, now, what are the contents of your debate? How you have changed things? Then we can make democracy more participatory or even deliberative at some point in future. But we need to have these differences. There's of course one thing standing in the way. Our electoral system, first past the post, is single member, is local in nature. So it actually reward that's where you need the reform from the party. And that's what Prof. Francis talked about. We need to reform the parties. Of course, that's another issue. But what we can do, one of the things to change it, is to allow voters to vote on party basis. Now, that doesn't solve every problem because you can still have parties that build on personality cult. But some parties, sooner or later, would actually develop their programmatic selling point. Or some party that already has, like PSM, would get a chance to actually gain representations on their own. And this would actually force us to talk more about policy. But all this cannot happen if we are left with competitions, binary competitions that would just deny everyone. And once they're in power, they just occupy the power and to maximize incumbents' advantages. That's my main critiques on the 22 months of PH. I think PH was guilty of not doing their best, and their short-sightedness is one of the very reasons why they ended up with the Sheraton move.
Okay, Professor Wong, I think we are almost to the ends of our sessions for guest lecture series this morning. But anyway, I would like to respond, Dr. Prof. Wong, to respond to one question from Reza Ali. in the chat box that he said that it is not possible to reform or legislate the way political parties operate. For example, primaries or local chapter selection for candidates. Would that not solve this problem of patronage? Maybe you would like to respond to that?
Sure, thank you. It's a very good question. I did spend some time looking into this. I think it would be quite problematic for the state to legislate and impose on every party, because you would like the party to have some freedom to choose on this. But ultimately, it comes down to something more than legal requirement. Why that our party refuse to do this, or it doesn't make sense for the party to allow a bottom-up candidate selection? One major obstacle is coalition politics. Because if you compare with UK, all the three main parties in England, they will contest basically every constituency. And so it makes sense for the party chapter to decide beyond the political culture. But in our case, the party would have to negotiate that, okay, how many seats I get, how many seats you get. And they tend to have party branches beyond the constituency they contest. That's the reason why they want to form coalitions, right? So their constituency, let's say I'm UMNO, UMNO is not a very good case, but let's say I'm UMNO, I have a constituency, a branch in a division in Sapute. It's not going to win even contest in that seats, but I keep it there because it will support MCA. And if I'm from the UMNO Sapute, I would fight for nomination in elsewhere when UMNO get to stand. But what it all means is that it creates the need for coordinations, and the party leaders seize on it, and that gives them the chance to put in their cronies, their families, and so on, or their key supporters, to the extent that even popular incumbent can be easily dropped. And one of the ways to overcome it within first past the post is perhaps to introduce opinion poll, so that we know that and make it public, so that sometimes even you employ maybe three posters to run, so that to overcome institutional bias or any factional bias, that would probably attempt a short-term solution. But a medium-term solution, I would say, introduce party lists so that the party have a choice to put their recruits, new star, new talents, and so on, and let the local branches having more say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Wong. Because we are running out of time, because we are doing the live streamings under Astro AWANI. So according to the schedules that we need to have some closing remarks, maybe is there any Professor Wong would like to say 1 minute before we wrap up our session this morning?
We should not fear hung parliament, which will almost inevitably happen after 19th of November. We just need to make the rules clear and be ready with a new game. And it can be rewarding for our politics to go the next level. Ultimately, we just need to remember that multi-party democracy is built upon healthy and productive divisions that move away from ethnicities, language, religions, and so on. It is possible for us to change, but first of all, you must go out to vote on the 19th of November. If you don't vote, you are leaving the decisions to fill up 222 MPs, 116 ADUNs, 1 Prime Minister, potentially 3 Deputy Prime Minister, 3 MPs, perhaps 60 to 70 Federal Minister and Deputy Minister, and 30 State Exco to strangers. Trust yourself. Don't place your trust on the stranger. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Wong. For Prof. Azizuddin, is there any last words before we wrap up our session this morning? You're muted.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I think the thing that we discussed today, I think it will be heavy and very, we use very technical terms, and I hope the audience here can understand what we discussed, but what we try to figure out actually is what the best for the country is, and based on that, if require for anybody who want to get more information, explanation from us, I think we are willing to accommodate that. So thank you very much for inviting me also as part of the as a discussion for this panel, and hopefully it can contribute something for the betterment of the country. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Izzuddin. Dr. Francis?
Yes, again, like Chin Hua says, come out to vote. Make sure you come out, especially the young people on the 19th. And it's very important. And he's correct that hung parliament will not necessarily be unstabling, but you must resolve that problem. And I think after that, after the hung parliament nonsense, actually we invest in small p politics, which is participatory. And Izzuddin, remember, you mentioned deliberative democracy, very important concept. And I think in this regard, one last point about going to look at our neighbor Indonesia, where they have actually introduced tremendous local government reform after reformasi. And Jokowi himself came out from that tradition. He's not a general, he's not a very famous political family. He was his father ran a furniture shop, and he's the president now, after he became governor of Solo and then governor of Jakarta, and he became president. Lessons for us to learn from our neighbors, Indonesia. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Francis. However, the academics, the academic professor do give me a few minutes, 1 or 2 minutes to give some view for the closing remarks. I believe it was interesting discussions for all of us. That we are waiting for on the 19th of this November for us to exercise our right and responsibility. But yeah, we are looking forward. We want to see what will be the outcome of the election, whether it's going to be another parliaments, because we experienced it, kind of experienced for during the last elections. The government keep on changing in one's elections. Yeah, so is that going to happen again? But just food for thoughts that there are a few things that I believe that we do talk about coalition, single party, dual party coalitions, or talking about whether the majority parties will taking the lead. But there are a few things that I think will decide in terms of the winnings of any parties. That we haven't talked about the manifesto, that they came out with a couple of manifestos, all the parties came out with manifesto. Recently, the Barisan Nasional came out with manifesto. So whether that will determine whether which party is going to win, yeah, that also will be quite interesting. And also, there are things that I believe that in terms of fake news in the social media, that will influence the voter in this coming 19th November election. So regardless whether it will be going by the party going to win, who will be the candidates, but rest assured that the facts that I mentioned just now also will be one of factors that will decide which party is going to win. Yeah, so I believe with that note, I would like to thank Prof. Wong for deliberating your ideas, your view about this. We really appreciate it. And also not forgetting Prof. Izzuddin for responding. Well, it was a marvelous response from you. And not forgetting that Dr. Francis, who is all seasoned scholars that has been with us for many years in giving his views. And I also would like to thank Dato' Muhammad Saleh for giving me the opportunity to moderate this session this morning, and also to Dr. Zahrul for assisting us for making these events successful, I believe. With that note, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Zahrul, you have anything to say?
Yeah, yes. Thank you, Prof. Wong, Prof. Izzuddin, Dr. Francis, for your enlightening insights and active participation in discussions, and also to Prof. Azizul for moderating the session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the ceremony. It is hoped that the lecture and discussions that we had will benefit all of us. And thank you for joining us today, and we wish you a pleasant day ahead and stay safe and healthy. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Kalau kita boleh ambil gambar sekejap, boleh ke? A group photo, please.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Kalau semua boleh buka kamera sekejap, we can have a group photo. Yeah.
We have lost some people.
Prof. Rahman is there.
Sorry.
Dr. Rahman is there. Yeah.
Rahman is there.
All right then. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay. I think second page. 1, 2, 3. Smile. All right then. I think that's all from.
Zaro nanti share the YouTube link juga ya dekat chat.
Yeah, sure.
It's the same link that you have provided before, kan, Zarul?
Yes.
The YouTube link.
Yeah. Yes, that's okay. Right, she's done. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum and good morning. Thank you for joining us for APM Fellow Lecture Series organized by Akademi Profesor Malaysia. I am Zaharul, a teaching fellow at University Putra Malaysia, your MC for this morning. Before we begin, please allow me to draw your attention to a few housekeeping matters. First, please make sure you are in silent or muted mode. And to ask questions to the speakers, please use the chat box in stating your name and affiliation together with your questions. And for those who are interested to get an e-certificate, please fill in the Google form that will be shared later in the chat box. Yeah? And thank you for your cooperation. And without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Datuk Engineer Dr. Muhammad Saleh Jaafar, President of Akademi Profesor Malaysia, to deliver his opening remarks. Datuk Saleh, please.
Thank you, Dr. Zahrul. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang dihormati Emeritus Professor Dr. Tham Siew Yen, Fellow of Akademi Profesor and our honorable speaker for today's lecture. Yang dihormati Professor Dr. Roslyn Muhammad Yusof, our Fellow and Chair of Economy and Wellbeing Cluster of Akademi Profesor Malaysia, who is our moderator for this morning. And yang dihormati Professor Dr. Edmund Terrace Gomez, former Professor of Political Economy, Faculty of Economics and Administration, University Malaya, our discussion this morning. And yang dihormati Professor Dr. Ya Kim Leng, Senior Fellow and the Director of Economic Strategic Studies Program, Jeffrey Chia Institute and Southeast Asia Sunway University, as one of our discussion also this morning. APM members, professors, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera to all. First of all, I would like to thank everyone who spared their valuable time to attend our APM Fellow Lecture Series this morning. I was informed that we have over 150 persons who have registered for the program today. APM Fellow Lecture Series is one of our flagship programs organized by the Academy. Sorry. I'm sorry, this is the trouble when we have an online session from home. The alarm the alarm shut off. And sorry if I can go back to this. I would like to thank everyone who is here to join us this morning. And APM Fellow Lecture Series is one of the flagship programs organized by the Academy. There are a few other flagship programs that is actually organized by us. So we have Academy Guest Lecture Series, we have Academy Roundtable Discussions, and we also have Academy Forum called Wacana Akademi Profesor. This APM Fellow Series lectures is organized to honor distinguished fellow of the Academy who have excelled locally and also internationally. All of them have actually left impacts with their substantial contributions in their respective fields of knowledge and have contributed to the society throughout their career. This platform also serves for scholars to discuss strategic issues that will not only benefit policymakers, but also community as a whole. For your information, the fellow series has been delivered by many other distinguished fellows. They include Tan Sri Datuk Dr. Kamal Saleh, Emeritus Professor Dr. Jomo, Emeritus Professor Datuk Morsidi, Emeritus Professor Datuk Dr. Osman Bakar, Tan Sri Datuk Dr. Gulf Jasmine, Tan Sri Emeritus Professor Anwar Ali, and Emeritus Professor Johan Saravana Mutu. Today, APM is extremely honored and privileged to have Professor Tam to give lectures on the topic of Chinese investment in Malaysia 9 years after BRI. As a renowned speaker, as a renowned economist, Professor Tam is highly qualified to speak in this topic. Allow me to read a very brief data of Professor Tam. Professor Tam was a director and professor of the International Trade Institute of Malaysian and International Studies, IKMAS, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. She's also currently visiting senior fellows of ICAS, Yusof Ishak Institute in Singapore. She sits on the editorial board of Malaysian Journals of Economic Studies, Journal of Southeast Asian Economists, Singapore and ASEAN Economic Panel, AEP, and also MIT Press. She is also a board member for Global Development Network, GDN, member of Advisory Council, the Society of Certified Risk Professionals, and external fellow of Jeffrey Chia Institute on Southeast Asia, Sunway University. Her research interests cover trade in goods and services, as well as foreign direct investment, FDI, including Belt and Roads initiatives in the region. She has published extensively on trade-related issues in books and journals, and also such as Journal of Contemporary Asia, Emerging Markets, Finance and Trade, ASEAN Economic Panel, and Prague Economic Papers, besides co-editing several books published by international publishing houses. Her recent publications include China in Malaysia, State-Business Relationship, and the New Order of Investment Flows, which is actually co-authored with Edmund Gomez and also Ran Lee and Kan Chit Cheong. She also provides public commentaries. She has a PhD in economics from the University of Rochester, United States of America. So ladies and gentlemen, today's topic is highly relevant as we know that China is providing this initiative to help many countries, including Malaysia, to do what they wanted to do, but they don't have fun on their own. So the implications and the lesson learned from other countries may be, of important items that we want to hear for today's session, inshallah. And I'm very sure, and I hope we will benefit from Professor Tam's lecture and commentaries from our two discussants, Professor Edmund and also Professor Dr. Ya. I now hand over the session to Dr. Zaru, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sadang. Now I would like to invite Professor Dr. Rosali Muhammad Yusof, Chair of Economy and Social Wellbeing Cluster APM, and also Dean of Islamic Business School, UUM, to moderate the session. Prof. Rosali, please.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Jarul. Yang dihormati Emeritus Professor Dr. Tam Siew Yen, Fellow Akademi Profesor Malaysia, and our guest speaker for today's session. Yang berbahagia Professor Dr. IR Dr. Saleh Jaafar, President of Akademi Profesor Malaysia, Ahli-Ahli Majlis APM, our distinguished discussant for today, Professor Edmund Terence Gomez and Professor Ya Kim Leng, distinguished guests, fellow professors and academics, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. My name is Roslyn, and it is indeed an honor to be the moderator for this session in the presence of distinguished guests, renowned scholars, fellow professors and academics, and to encapsulate all among the best minds of Malaysia. On behalf of Akademi Professor, once again, I would like to welcome everyone to APM's lecture series entitled Chinese Investments in Malaysia, 9 years after the BRI or the Belt and Road Initiative. I think before we start, let me just share with you the format of today's session, which comprises of 3 sub-sessions. The first will be the lecture by our guest speaker today, Emeritus Professor Dr. Tam Siew Yen. And in the second round, there will be presentations by both discussants. And in the third session, we will start with our guest speaker, Emeritus Professor Tam, responding to the discussants, and then followed by Q&A session. Ladies and gentlemen, according to Asian Development Bank, Asia faces an infrastructure funding gap estimated USD 26 trillion through 2030. To address this gap, various regional and sub-regional initiatives aim to develop better transport connectivity within Asia. And of course, one of the key initiatives is the Belt and Road Initiative. The initiative was unveiled in 2013 by Chinese President Xi Jinping, and until 2016, it was known as OBOR, One Belt, One Road. So as of July 2018, more than 100 countries and international organizations had signed Belt and Road Cooperation documents with China, extending the initiative's scope from Eurasian continent to Africa, Latin America, and Caribbean, and the South Pacific region. The Chinese government calls the initiatives a bid to enhance regional connectivity and embrace a brighter future together. Distinguished guests, fellow professors and academics, ladies and gentlemen, some of us may have heard about BRI, and maybe many of us are still trying to understand its impact on a host country like Malaysia, both in the short term and the long term. And of course, amid the global economic vulnerabilities that Malaysia is currently facing together with other developing countries, what lessons can be learned from BRI? What BRI-related strategies need to be calibrated by Malaysia towards achieving more sustainable growth? So all these are going to be deciphered by our guest speaker today, Emeritus Professor Dr. Tham Siew Yen. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, may I now invite Professor Tham to deliver her lecture. Over to you. Dipersilakan, Prof. Tham.
Thank you very much, Prof. Roslyn. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Insinyur Dr. Muhammad Saleh Jaafar, for kind words of introduction. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera. Very good morning to all. May I request Zaharul to upload my slides? First, let me thank Akademi Profesor Malaysia, or APM, for the kind invitation to share some of my research insights as part of the APM Fellow Lecture Series. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to do this. The idea for this lecture came way back 5 years ago when I first published my first piece on the BRI, which is Chinese investments in Malaysia, 5 years into the BRI. At that point in time, I did think and I did pray that if I'm blessed with good health, I would like to do a follow-up piece 5 years later. So it would be Chinese investments in Malaysia 10 years after the BRI. Today's lecture is actually based on the text that I'm preparing for publication in 2023. But because we are not yet 10 years into the BRI, it will be 9 years after the BRI. I'm actually using today's lecture to test out my draft text, and I look forward to the comments from Professor Ye Kim Leng and Professor Gomeza to improve my text. Next slide, please. Basically, I will go quickly through what is the BRI, what are some of the theoretical constructs that we can use to analyze it. I will focus quite a bit on data and data issues. Then I will look into the short-term and the long-term impact and the changes and evolution over time. Finally, I would like to conclude on what have we learned so far. Next slide, please. Zaru, next slide. First, what is the BRI? The Belt and Road Initiative, as mentioned by the moderator, is a strategy initiated by the People's Republic of China that seeks to connect Asia and Africa via land and maritime networks. It was actually put forward in 2013 by China's President Xi, and it drew inspiration from the concept of the Silk Road that was established in the Han Dynasty. It is important to note that the initiative, as it was put out, has 5 major priorities, which is policy coordination, infrastructure connectivity, unimpeded trade, financial integration, and connecting people. In the 5 major priorities, although infrastructure is mentioned, it is clearly not meant to be the only priority. There are other priorities, but unfortunately, it is always associated with infrastructure alone. Next slide, please. If we look at the geographical scope, it covers basically the 6 corridors that you see on the map. And most of it you can see, if you look carefully, connects China with the rest of the world via the Eurasia. So it connects especially Western China. And this is very important to see the connectivity between the different corridors and China. However, it should be added that there's actually no definite boundary, and it can be extended to other areas in the Pacific, Africa, and Americas. So although this is the picture of the BRI that's always shown, it is not geographically carved in stone. It can be extended to other areas. Next slide, please. Okay, now we need to look at China's economic rationales for outward investment. So the BRI is definitely an investment initiative, but there are also economic rationales for outward investment for China. There are 3 main reasons. The first is the BRI serves as a platform for addressing domestic overcapacity. Over the years of rapid development in China, we find that China has actually built up considerable production capacity. For example, in steel manufacturing, the steel that was produced to be used in the infrastructure development within China alone. But of course, the domestic sector has become matured and saturated. And therefore, the question arises, what do we do with all the steel producers in China when the domestic demand has already matured? So therefore, one argument is that you export the production capacity, and domestic firms are encouraged to move outwards in order to accelerate the industrial upgrading within China itself. So the production capacity is moved outwards, the research is kept within China. That's part of the industrial upgrading. Second, the BRI is also used to address the regional disparity within China. The China that we all know is usually associated with the northeast coast, Beijing, Shanghai, the part which is highly developed, and the part which has a very sophisticated industrial structure. But China is a huge country, and clearly its development is very disparate across the whole of China. For example, we have very different, we would see a very different China if we go back westwards. And there have been policies, as in all countries, to even up the regional disparity, to upgrade the economic development in the western part of China, to shift the investments out of the northeast coast to the west of China. This is important because regional disparity also leads to income inequality between regions. And therefore, there's this idea that development within China should shift westwards. In the map that I've shown you earlier, I have mentioned that the connectivity is actually to bring about development within the western part of China. The third part is actually the BRI is used as an instrument for renminbi internationalization to encourage the internationalization of the Chinese currency. And studies have shown that there's a positive correlation between the BRI and the renminbi internationalization through 4 channels. One, through trade, which can now be settled in the Chinese currency; investment, because the investment can be in renminbi; and the state-owned enterprises, overseas operations are also in renminbi. The SOEs have moved outwards to support the BRI initiative. State banks have also moved outwards to serve the SOEs. So while we have the BRI initiative that has been put out in 2013, the rationales for outward investment from China predates the BRI initiative in 2013. Okay, so next slide, please. Therefore, in my research work, I have always used the broader definition of BRI. I have not confined BRI to investments in infrastructure alone. Instead, I actually look at inward investment from China. So the net inflows of foreign direct investment from China is actually used as the basis of my research. Why is that so? Why is it that I do not confine myself to so-called BRI projects only? First, there's no mutual consensus between Malaysia and China on what projects are BRI. So it is therefore impossible to come up with a list called BRI projects in Malaysia because there's no mutual consensus on what constitutes the BRI project. Second is that in the 5 priority areas that have been shown for the BRI, it actually can cover many sectors and it is not confined to infrastructure alone. In the people-to-people connectivity, for example, education can be used. And therefore, the broader definition looking at inward investment would cover all the sectors rather than just infrastructure projects alone. Third, this is also important. In the official website of the BRI from in China, the Belt and Road portal, which is run by the Chinese government, if you look at the projects which are listed there, it covers more than physical infrastructure projects alone. And it includes multiple sectors, including in education. So although the BRI is always associated with infrastructure and continues to be so, I believe that we should take the broader definition rather than the narrower definition. More importantly, from Malaysia's perspective, so I'm looking at Malaysia as a host economy, China is actually an important source for foreign direct investment rather than infrastructure projects alone. This is especially important after the East Coast Rail Link project, the ECRL project, has been reconfigured from a mere transportation project to a broader emphasis on the development of the ECRL corridor, which is the region traversed by the railway line. So the ECRL corridor is to be developed with FDI, specifically FDI from China. So in the last part of the lecture where I'll be looking at the ECRL, I will also discuss the ECRL corridor development. Next slide, please. Okay, how should we look at the BRI? How should we frame our analysis? First, the BRI is cross-cutting. It is not confined to economics alone. Even though I'm an economist and I look at it from the lens of an economist, it is definitely not confined to the to economic analysis or commercial analysis of the commercial viability of the projects alone. If you look at the 4 pictures I show on this slide on the left-hand side, we can see that many books have been written on the BRI and they all come from different perspectives. For example, in the book, Rivers of Iron, this one, Railroads and Chinese Power in Southeast Asia, written by my colleague, Professor Quick from IGMAS UKM, is actually using an IR because these are international relations. So it uses an IR perspective. In this China and Belt and Road initiative, it looks at trade relationships, business opportunities, and political impact. In this one, it uses transport connectivity. And in this one, the geopolitical and geoeconomic aspects. So the theoretical construct that we use has to answer the research question that we are asking and our disciplinary focus. Definitely, we do not need to use the economics lens alone. In fact, I was just discussing this with the moderator that I have a friend, an engineer, who actually looks at the BRI by comparing how Chinese contractors construct as opposed to Malaysian contractors. And this is an engineer. So the perspective used depends on which discipline we are working on, and that depends on the research question. This is also true in the methodology. Whatever methodology we use, as in the perspective, it has to serve the research question. For foreign direct investment analysis, and we are looking mainly at foreign direct investment in this lecture, a common framework that's used is Dunning's OLI framework. This is a framework that has been used again and again in a lot of analysis on the foreign direct investment. So this is a perspective that that's also used and continues to be used. Next slide, please. For the next few slides, I will look at data, covering macro data and data issues, because good analysis needs good data. And whatever data set we use, databases, they are imperfect and they all come with different shortcomings. So we should use the databases carefully, recognizing their limitations as well as their strength. In the macro data that I have used, this is actually from the ASEAN Statistical Database, looking at foreign direct investment. So it would be based on the balance of payments databases. If we look at this chart on the flows of inward foreign direct investment into ASEAN by source country, what we want to do is to have a sense as to how important is Chinese investment compared to the traditional investors such as the EU, the UK, the US, and Japan. And if we look at China, the small red bar, it is not the largest investor in ASEAN. The largest investor is actually still US. You can see the purple bar, and the EU. So China, yes, is investing and it has grown somewhat over time. If we look at the 2017, 2018 years, but it is not the largest investor in ASEAN. If we look at the stocks of inward FDI from China by host economies, who is the most important recipient? Is it Malaysia? This is stock. It is not Malaysia, it is actually Singapore. And Indonesia and Thailand far outweighs Malaysia as a recipient country. Next slide, please. So what is the sectoral focus of FDI in ASEAN? If we look at the sectoral focus in ASEAN, we can see 24% flow into financial and insurance activities, 21% into real estate, manufacturing, wholesale and retail trade, construction. Therefore, the financial and insurance and real estate, which belongs to services, are actually the main sectors, followed by manufacturing, and construction is actually the smaller portion of it. Okay, so if we summarize the macro data in ASEAN, China is not the largest investor. The largest recipient is not Malaysia, but it is Singapore. The largest sectors of investment is in services, followed by manufacturing. So this is the picture that we have in ASEAN. Let us now look at the picture that we have in Malaysia. Next slide, please. So this is net. I use the same database, which is the balance of payment database, so that we are comparing apples with apples. So net inflow of FDI into Malaysia from the world and China. So this is the net inflow from the world, where we can see that we have experienced a sharp decline from 2016 to 2020 before we had this upsurge in net inflows of foreign direct investment from the world. And this is the Chinese investment, which was really not significant before 2013. It grew somewhat after 2013 to 2016-17 before sliding downwards in 2018 and increasing again up to 2021. So we can see that in Malaysia, China is also not the largest investor. The largest investor are still the traditional countries, which is the EU, Japan, US. So China increasing importance around this period and increasing after 2018. If we look by sectors, I have categorized into manufacturing, services, and others because this is how it is categorized in the balance of payment data. If we see what are the most important sectors, it is in manufacturing and services. So we can see, for example, here, manufacturing and services, manufacturing and services. Others less important except for this year, 2016. This year, others became important because of the sale of EDRA, which is energy. So it is in the others sectors. In all the other years, it is manufacturing and services. So the pattern of investment in Malaysia conforms with the pattern of investment in ASEAN in general. Next slide, please. This looks at approved investment in the manufacturing sector from 2013 to 2021. For total FDI in manufacturing, we can see that China's approved investment for China is actually very important from the year 2016 to 2020. From the year 2016 to 2020, China is actually the largest country in terms of approved manufacturing investment. So if we look at the share of China in total approved manufacturing, we can see it peaking around 2017, 2018, then sharp fall subsequently. Okay, so at its height, it was, in terms of approved investment, it was close to 35%. This is for the manufacturing sector. Next slide, please. However, if we look at the manufacturing sector, we would see that it is fairly scattered. It is not concentrated in any one subsector. So you would see it in automobile, textile, and textile products. You would see it in solar manufacturing, machinery and equipment. So it's not concentrated in one subsector. It is quite dispersed. Next slide, please. Okay, so far, what I have shown is actually the investment from China based on the balance of payments statistics. Net inflows of foreign direct investment. I have used that as the base for my analysis. We should note what is the definition of foreign direct investment when we use that database. It refers to investment in the form of financial instruments, namely equity capital, reinvested earnings, and other capital. The other capital, so equity and investment funds, and the other are the debt instruments, which is the loans and trade credits, intercompany loans and trade credits. And importantly, this is based on the premise that the investor has a minimum of 10% equity ownership and long-term intention of investment. So if there is no 10% equity, the data is not captured. So this part is important because in a lot of projects where there are no equity, where is the data captured? For example, in the ECRL. ECRL is a loan taken out by Malaysia from Exim Bank. There is no equity capital in MRL. So ECRL, the loan taken out would not be captured in the FDI data because that doesn't meet this minimum 10% equity ownership. It would be captured under this category called other investments in the balance of payments, where it would cover transactions with less than 10% equity ownership and the short-term intention of investment under loans. And it would be captured under the external debt of Malaysia, but it would not be in the foreign direct investment data. So the classification in the balance of payment is based on its definition. And if the investment does not meet the definition, it would not be captured in the FDI data. Therefore, the FDI data in some sense, is less, captures less than what is actually happening in the country. The second problem is that the data is based on immediate source country. So this means where is the investment coming from? The immediate country, immediate source country. But we know that not all investments come from China. Some are from third countries. For example, GE has a listed company in Hong Kong. So it is possible that its purchase of the equity in Proton did not come from China, but actually came from Hong Kong. Okay, so therefore, some of the data of investments from Hong Kong actually includes investments which are ultimately sourced from China, the ultimate investor. So therefore, FDI data is also a shortfall in this sense because it cannot capture the ultimate investor country. For example, when Hope International bought the Inti Group in Malaysia, it is Hope International in Hong Kong. So the FDI data would capture the data as if it's coming from Hong Kong, but actually Hope International's headquarters are in China. It is a Chinese investment. And then, for example, the investment of China in the digital free trade zone may not have come from China because China was established in Cayman Islands. So some of the data that we have on investments coming in from Cayman Islands may actually have come from China as the ultimate investor country. So the FDI data, although good, would not give a complete picture of the Chinese investments in the country because of the definition of the variables that are used in this database. So when you use FDI data, you have to be very careful whether there's an underestimation or an overestimation. In this case, the FDI data that I use in the balance of payments would be an underestimation of the total of Chinese investments in the country. Next slide, please. Okay, if you do not use the FDI data in the balance of payment statistics, what is the other database that you can use? You can use the China Global Investment Tracker database. That is commonly used by a lot of researchers because this is open source and this is open source. If not, then you have to buy the data from the paid databases. The only problem is that the CGID database captures only large investments, at least USD 100 million. So the small ones are not captured. It includes zero ownership in the target enterprise or project. So it would capture all those data which we actually do not capture in the FDI database. So therefore, in that sense, it is a very useful database. The ownership is the ultimate parent company. They trace it back to the ultimate parent company rather than the immediate investing country. And the only problem is that the data is recorded at the time the investment is announced. That doesn't mean that this is the year that the monetary transactions cross the countries. So the data in the FDI statistics is actually recorded when we have this cross-border transaction, not the year it is announced. So if you use this database, it would actually have a slightly different data set from the balance of payment statistics. The other problem is that in this database, we have what we call engineering, procurement, construction contracts, EPC contracts. So this database registers EPC contracts as Chinese investments in a country. Why is that so? Because in a lot of times, project owners which give out these EPC contracts actually want the contractor to take care of the project financing. And a lot of times the contracts are written with project financing in it. And therefore, whatever the source of financing, be it a loan or intercompany or intracompany, that would be viewed as a form of investment. The only problem is that, one, if there's no equity capital, it would not be registered in the BOP data. And a lot of times there's no equity capital because these are sometimes loans. You see, it would have an equity capital if they establish a special purpose vehicle with equity capital in it. Now, this EPC contract can be actually problematic in terms of whether it is an investment from China or not. I take again the case of the ECRL. The ECRL would be registered in this database as a Chinese investment because there's an EPCC contract. So because of the contract, it is considered to be a Chinese investment. In actual fact, it's actually a sovereign loan from Malaysia by the Exim Bank of China. So it's actually a loan, and therefore it's not in the BOP statistics. It is in the other category in the BOP statistics. The other part about the sovereign loan is that even though it's recorded as a Chinese investment, the contractor is actually not in charge of the financing. So the contractor is registered as a contractor, assumed to be investing in some kind of loan, but the loan is not from the contractor. So in that sense, it would be mislabeled if we use this database. So the point is that whatever database you use has its limitations, and you have to note the limitations. And number two, do not mix your databases. When you mix your databases, you are comparing apples with durians, and the two data sets can be very difficult to reconcile together. Next, please. Next slide. Okay. When we look at FDI, we are usually very interested to know whether it's greenfield or brownfield. Greenfield means that it is a new investment, new in Malaysia. So you're building a new factory, you're creating new employment, and they are creating new opportunities for technology transfer. Unfortunately, brownfield is different. It's mergers and acquisition. You buy over an existing company. So there are no new employment created. It's an existing company. In fact, you may have shedding of employment because when a new employer comes in, you may have actually a reorganization of the organization, and therefore employment can actually change. Unfortunately, there's no overall data which is open source. You can have data that you pay for from UNTAD or FDI intelligence, but there's no open source data. However, there are lots of examples of greenfield investments. For example, the Digital Free Trade Zone. This is a collaboration between MAHB with China to develop the ASEAN e-commerce hub at the DFTZ, and the greenfield investment amount to 800 million. The purpose of the hub is actually to build e-fulfillment center. So we have 1.1 million square feet of warehouse space, and this is expected to contribute towards the doubling of KLIH cargo volume by 1.4 billion per year by 2029. So it is used to increase the cargo volume of that transits through KLIA. Next slide, please. Brownfield investment, the most significant and the largest would be ADRA. When state-owned China Nuclear Power Group bought 1MDB's energy assets in ADRA Global for US 2.3 billion. ADRA was Malaysia's second largest independent power producer. So when the merger and acquisition transaction was announced, it was one of the largest in Asian power sector. So if you look at the FDI data, you will see that jump in the 2016 data. That was when the merger and acquisition took place. So it was part of 1MDB's rationalization plan, and the acquisition eliminated the systemic risk that ADRA's debt represented for Malaysia's public finance and banking system. So after we sold this asset to CGN, CGN went on to build Edra Melaka Power Plant, which was operationalized in 2022. Next slide, please. What we have seen is actually the multi-sectoral coverage of Chinese investment. It is also located all over Malaysia, not confined to one state alone. It is also in East Malaysia in the form of hydropower and solar power investment. And we can see different investments in different parts of Malaysia, such as in Penang, we have Jinko, and in Pahang, we have Kuantan Port. In Johor, we have textile investment. In Malacca, Malacca Gateway, Selangor, the ECRL, Perak, we have other investments. Next slide, please. Okay, when I discuss Chinese investments in Malaysia, a common question that's posed to me is it successful? What is its impact? The word successful is actually quite difficult to explain because it depends on the matrix that you are looking at. I find that when I discuss with my colleagues from other disciplines, the definition of success is the completion of a project. So when I discuss with my colleagues in IR, for example, they would define the BRI project in Laos as successful because the railway line was successfully completed. So the measure of success depends on the matrix that you are using. If you use the completion of the project as success, then the project is successfully, the BRI project is successfully completed. Likewise, the port project in Sri Lanka was successfully completed. So it can be defined as successful in that sense. However, as economists, we look at success in terms of the short-term and long-term impact. What are the short-term impact? What are the long-term impact on the country and on development? So for short-term, common measures used to measure impact is actually employment, the employment opportunities that are created, the number of jobs that are created, as well as the investment value that's brought into the country, the value of the foreign capital that's brought into the country. These are very basic metrics. It doesn't capture its contribution to development, for example, in terms of skill levels, not just the total employment, but the types of jobs that are created. Doesn't capture that. ECRL, for example, would always say that measure is success by the percentage of job which is completed, 30% as of now, and the number of subcontractors that are Malaysian, because it aims to have 40% of the project subcontracted to Malaysian contractors. So that is the matrix that is used. But in economics, when we look at, for example, technology transfer, which is the goal for foreign direct investment, we can look at different levels of technology transfer. The physical transfer, the equipment that we use, because there's embedded in it technology when we learn to use new equipment. There's human capital, which is embedded in it. When they use local workers, there's learning, there's training, there's upskilling. There's inter-firm transfer, subcontracting to local firms, transfer to joint venture partners. There's group replication, there's in-house production. So there are different stages of technology transfer, and we have to differentiate these different stages very carefully because it means different things, different quality in the technology that's transferred. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so when we look at the technology transfer, what is the technology transferred from Chinese investment into Malaysia? The long-term impact of it. Is it type 1, type 2, type 3, or type 4 or 5? The interesting part about studies on technology transfer from Chinese investment is that it is mainly confined to Africa, if you do a literature review, you'll find that most of the studies actually look at technology transfer in Africa. Why is that so? Because China began investing in African countries way before the BRI. In the 2000s, Chinese investment in Africa grew very rapidly, and we therefore have substantial Chinese investment in Africa predating the PRI. And because of that, there's been a lot of studies that investigated the issue. So for example, one of the earlier studies, Linda Calabres, looked at Chinese investment and technology transfer in Africa. And what they found is that actually the type of technology transfer is actually in training, the training of the workers to use the equipments and the Chinese equipments and machinery that are used in these projects. But if we talk about the linkages that are created with the local economy, this is found to be actually quite lacking because creation of linkages actually take a long time. And domestic firms need to learn to produce what is needed by the multinational company. This is not peculiar to Chinese firms alone. In all the studies on foreign direct investment, regardless of source country, the development of linkages is difficult because it takes a long time for domestic companies to supply the inputs that are required at the specification that is required by the multinational. Next slide, please. So in this study, what we have found in Africa is that there is actually a lot of training, and up to 80% of the workers have been localized. But usually they find that the top management is still in the hands of the Chinese. So is this finding very different from the findings of foreign direct investment from other source countries? Not so. Chinese are not so different in that, and in American firms, the executive role and strategic decision making tend to be concentrated in the North American employees. So even when you have training, the top management positions may be still retained in the hands of the source country of the multinational, be it American or Chinese. So it doesn't quite matter which the source country is. That is the general pattern. Next slide, please. In this study, Kadi, looking at how specifically Huawei's localization in North Africa, what sort of technology has been transferred. So there's actually R&D going on. There's transfer in terms of R&D learning and technological upgrading. But the lab that was established there is not equivalent to one of Huawei's full-fledged domestic R&D centers, where most of the innovative research is conducted. Therefore, although they are transferring R&D, it is for developing applications, not the core technology. Next slide, please. For the case of Malaysia, what we find is actually there's a paucity of studies. There are not many studies that have looked at it. Professor Terence Gomez and our book with Liran and Kichok actually look at it in the 7 case studies that we have done. And like the studies in Africa, we find there's a lot of training because there are new machinery being used and local workers are being trained. There's technology transfer in the case of Jinko in terms of process technology, but not product development. Local sourcing there is, but it is not confined. It is confined to local services and not in the key components. So there's transfer of technology, type 1 and type 2, possibly type 3. Definitely the core technology has not been transferred. So we can see that Geely is training Proton workers in China, brought them to their parent company for training the engineers, and there's that kind of technology. But the development of new cars is in China, and whatever R&D here doesn't cover new product development. Next slide, please. So although technology transfer is a common issue investigated in research on foreign direct investment, we find that this is significantly lacking in studies on Chinese investment. I think part of the reason is because in the last 3 years, all research has been concentrated on COVID, and therefore there's a lack of research in actually other issues. And so we do not find the technology transfer being investigated for Chinese investment as it was investigated for other sources of investments by, say, Professor Jomo and Professor Raja Rasya. We find that these two esteemed colleagues have done a lot of technology transfer studies for other source countries. But beyond technology transfer, I think the long-term impact that is very important and that is lacking in research is actually contributions to sustainable development goals and sustainability issues such as environment. We find a lot of studies are actually going on looking at the environmental impact because all projects involving land reclamation, be it infrastructure or whatever, will actually affect the environment, and therefore we need to assess what is its impact on the environment. I do not find any serious study in Malaysia yet, although this is definitely a trend in FDI research looking at sustainable FDI and responsible business conduct. So we are looking at, for example, ESG compliance issues in sustainable FDI, whether there's ESG compliance in the parent company, in the subsidiary company, and also in the value chain of contractors that are used. This sort of study is actually sorely lacking, and we need further work in this area. Next slide, please. Now, changes over time. When we look at BRI, there are two forums, first forum and the second forum. In the second forum in 2019, what China did is actually to try to meet the criticisms on the BRI in terms of debt sustainability, project viability, corruption allegations, and environmental sustainability. So the second BRI forum held in April 2019 aimed to have green, clean, sustainable development. So they're looking in terms of quality. Nowadays, the buzzword is actually quality FDI. And it is defined in terms of green, clean, and sustainable development. So according to China's President Xi, the need to promote green development. And we can find that a lot of countries are actually looking at green development guidance on BRI projects, looking at compliance to green investment principles. So the greening of BRI has come in. Next slide, please. I would like to look at green issues in terms of the ECRL development. Next slide, please. This is just illustrative to indicate how important it is to conduct studies on how green BRI projects are and how much it will affect our environment, especially for mega projects. Now, the ECRL project has been reviewed, revived, and reimagined. In the first version in 2017, we see on the left-hand side of the column its original length and its total cost. And in its current version, the 3.0 version, we can see it's shortened, cost has been lowered, completion date is 2026. The investment of local contractors has increased, and there's this significant change that it will form a 50-50 joint venture with CCCC to jointly operate and maintain the rail network. The revenue ratio is still 70% freight, 30% passenger. Next slide, please. This is how its configuration will look like as approved in December. It will connect from Kota Baru right down to Port Klang. Next slide, please. How important is the ECRL? We can see it will connect with the China-Laos railway, and there will be this potential to connect with Thailand and the rest of Southeast Asia back to China. These are all developments, they are not realized yet. Next slide, please. If we look at environmental issues of the ECRL being a mega project, you need to do a lot of tunneling. It will cut through forests. So definitely there are environmental impact because of forest fragmentation. It cuts through the forest reserves. It will disturb the original habitat. Was there an EIA conducted? Yes, there was an EIA conducted in 2017. Nevertheless, there were huge public concerns and outcries on the negative impact of the project. And there were discussions held between MRL, civil society groups such as the WWF. What we can see is actually the response of CCCCC, the main developer, to these concerns. So they actually allocated 10 million for the rehabilitation and relocation of animals which are directly affected to the project. And there was this memorandum of understanding signed with the Natural Resource and Environment Ministry to improve the alignment and design so as to reduce its environmental impact. So that's actually good response to the environmental concerns. Next slide, please. After the change in the administration, the ECRL was again realigned. And in response to all the public attention, what the Ministry of Transportation has done, it has come out to explain the EIA project, the alignment, and how it will actually affect the environment. How will it affect the quartz ridge? How will it affect the dams? How will it affect the water catchment areas? Next slide. How it will impact the Orang Asli areas, the Malay Reserve land. So this is an improvement in transparency. The ECRL project is not the most transparent of all projects. There are a lot of things which are not explained to the public, even though this is a mega project funded by the public's money because it's a loan, and even though it has large, not just economic impact, environmental impact, but also social impact. So the current alignment has been just approved and the project is proceeding as planned, 30% completed and expected to be completed in 2026 and launch in 2027. Next slide, please. So we find transparency is a big issue in the mega projects, and there's very little information on the documents are not put in the public space. The EIA, the financial feasibility plans that were done. So it is a step forward that the Ministry of Transportation has increased its transparency. But in the end, it is up to the host country, Malaysia, to ensure that the projects are environmentally sound. There's no way that Malaysia should wait for China, because in the end, China is not an equity investor. It is just a loan lender. The host economy instead should use local governance, laws, regulations, and civil society to ensure that the project design and implementation will not damage Malaysia's environment. And for that to happen, the project's transparency and governance mechanism needs to be improved. Next slide, please. When we look at the ECRL, one of the challenges is actually to create demand. The commercial viability of the project depends on how much demand there is for freight and passenger traffic using the train. If there's no, or if the freight and passenger demand is very low, then the rail link will be poorly used and may not be commercially viable. Therefore, there are plans to create demand by the economic accelerator projects. The plans to build transit-oriented developments, logistic hubs, and industrial parks. So when you develop these parks, what is aimed at is actually to attract more investments along the ECRL corridor. So when you have more developments, there will be greater demand to use the railway line for freight cargo transportation as well as for passengers. So it would increase the utilization of the passenger cargo traffic. I think this is a good step forward, that we recognize the fact that Say's law does not operate here. Supply does not create its own demand, like what we like to say in economics. Instead, you have to look at concurrent measures that would create demand for the usage of the ECRL. Now, MIDA, as the principal investment promotion agency, is actually working together with CCCCC in the development of these EAP projects. So there's in MIDA a special unit that's promoting investment along the ECRL corridor. Now, the question, of course, remains as to how green these projects will be. When you build industrial parks, will it be a green industrial park? Will it house only green investments? MIDA, of course, says that its investment approvals are aligned to the SDG goals of Malaysia, and it is assessing it based on ESG principles. But the realized investments may not be as ideal as aspired for. So the question therefore still remains, how green will the investments be along the ECRL corridor? So the ECRL corridor itself, its construction has environmental impact. The development of the corridors along the ECRL will also have environmental impacts. And if these are going to be new investments from China, will they abide by China's green investment principles? So all that is to be seen, because the corridor is being developed and investments are still being advertised for. We do not know how much investment it has attracted to the ECRL corridor as yet. Next slide, please. Lessons for host economies. BRL projects have to be financially and environmentally sustainable. The leverage that host countries has, because a lot of these negotiations are still bilateral between Malaysia, the host economy, and China. Although China is trying to multilateralize its negotiations, there are now calls for China to work with third countries in its BRI projects, but we do not see this happening yet for Malaysia, although it is supposed to be happening in some other countries. The economic outcomes in the end depends on the performance requirements. The outcome of your negotiation when you come in, what is it that you are bringing into the country besides the foreign capital? It also depends on the local capacities to absorb technology. Do we want to connect local SMEs with the Chinese multinationals, but are the SMEs able to meet the specifications that are required? Can they absorb the technology? Can they improve their performance so that they can meet the specifications that are required by the Chinese multinationals? Can they compete? This is a very important question with Chinese workers and Chinese suppliers. So the sourcing is a question of, in the end, commercial viability. Who is able to provide the inputs at the lowest cost? Is it the local firm, or is it a foreign firm, or is it a Chinese supplier from China? So local firms cannot just hope to be able to supply without any efforts to improve their capacity to supply. The governance mechanism of host economies, including local laws, rules and regulations, and the enforcement in host countries, can affect labor and environmental outcomes. So we should not look to China to improve the implementation or the project design of BRI projects. We should look at ourselves as host economies. What do we do when we bring in foreign investments and foreign companies? What is it that we look for, and how do we make them comply with local laws and ensure that they abide by local laws and regulations? We should also minimize interference from local politics. This is all I have to say. Next slide. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I look forward to the comments from Professor Terence, as well as questions from the floor. Thank you very much. Over to you, Prof. Roslyn.
Okay, thank you very much, Yang Dihormati Emeritus Prof. Tam, for a very enriching and insightful lecture. A lot of things that I've learned also, from the lecture today. And I think if I can just highlight briefly the two main takeaways is that for Malaysia, BRI is being viewed from a bigger perspective, which includes inward investment by China covering any sector, including education. And also it's not confined to infrastructure projects, Prof. Tam. And this one is, of course, from the researcher's perspective, I think this is very important. The limitation of data, from CGIT and BOP measurement, and of course the greenfield and brownfield data, and last but not least, the measurement of the success of BRI alone or itself. So let us now go to round two. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now introduce our first discussant for today, Prof. Dr. Ye Kim Leng. So Prof. Ye Kim Leng is a senior fellow and director of the Economic Studies program at the Jeffrey Chia Institute of Southeast Asia at Sunway University. His research interests span development economics, monetary economics, capital markets, and industry studies. This reflects his previous experiences as an economic analyst at a national policy think tank, a chief economist at a credit rating agency, and a lead consultant at an economics consultancy subsidiary. His current project at the Jeffrey Sachs Center focuses on tax systems, structures, and their effects on fiscal sustainability, economic growth, and income inequality. He is currently the Deputy President of Malaysian Economic Association, MEA, and a former external member of the Central Bank's Monetary Policy Committee. So may I now invite Prof. Ye to deliver his perspective. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Roslyn. Let me start by thanking Akademi Profesor Malaysia, APM, for the honor and opportunity to be a discussant, I think on a very important topic, I think that slightly to shape Malaysia's future trade and investment patterns. And I also wish to congratulate Prof. Tam on her accomplishments, as well as her passion for research, as she has mentioned that she started BRI research 5 years ago, and now she's updating the study. And I think the lecture has been very illuminating and comprehensive. I think as summarized by the moderator, I won't go through what Prof. Tam has articulated very well. What BRI is all about is motivation, the priority areas, and then importantly, the short and long-term impact and the lessons that we can learn from this experience that we have garnered so far. I'd like to discuss 4 areas of Prof. Tam's lecture presentation. One is on BRI and outward FDI. Basically from a point of view as a strategic progression of China's long-term development path. That will be my first area of discussion. The second is to explain and how to predict Chinese BRI as well as outward FDI patterns arising from its what we call the development path that we have seen so far. And then that area is to discuss briefly the impact evaluation, the absorptive capacity, as well as importantly, the cost benefits of BRI as well as Chinese FDI. And then I will also discuss recommendations and conclusions on the way forward, as well as suggestions for further research. Now, let me start off with the viewpoint of BRI as well as China's. It has to be seen as part of China's outward FDI, as part of the natural progression of China's development path. Of course, this is a purely economic perspective. There are many perspectives that talk about BRI as a geopolitical response to events happening in the world. But I would see BRI as a natural strategy in terms of development of a large economy. And as we know, China transitioned from a planned to a market economy only in 1979, in contrast to the collapse that we see in former Soviet Union as well as the East European countries. Now, China's growth then has been powered by export-led manufacturing since 2001 when it joined WTO. And then there has been a subsequent push as the economy attained upper middle income status. It has been pushing for overseas investment and international economic integration with the inception of BRI in 2013. So it looks like a fairly natural growth strategy in its development path. But what we notice here is that China's reforms have been very gradual, and it also focused on dual track kind of reforms to sustain the high-speed growth that they've seen in China. Its successful reforms, as we can see, can be attributed to a gradual approach rather than a shock therapy, as we've seen in other countries. And then importantly, it also protects the technology-intensive as well as capital-intensive SOEs. That's why we find that there are preponderance of SOEs in the outward FDI that we are seeing now. And importantly, it actually opens up its labor-intensive. In the early years of its development, it opened up its labor-intensive industries that have comparative advantage in competing as well as both in external markets as well as with inviting or attracting inward FDI to provide those to strengthen those industries. And as a result, we find that China became a global manufacturing center that we have seen so far. And then importantly, it has actually, during that period of development, it has closed capital account while liberalizing its current account goods and foreign capital flows, as mentioned by Prof. Tam. So the economy under the next stage of development, it looks quite natural to be prepared for what we call the capital account liberalization. That is, that goes along with the need to liberalize financial sector, and then, of course, very important, gradual internationalization of the renminbi currency. So it looks like a natural part of development where now it is both pursuing export-led growth, but also that leverage on the labor-intensive manufacturing where it has comparative advantages. And then, of course, industries with excess capacity, the only way to when that excess is to go abroad. You see, so those comparative advantages are now reinforced under the BRI, as mentioned by Prof. Tam. I would argue that BRI is also motivated by the synergy in China's international economic integration, as well as, of course, with this growing economic cloud, its geopolitical influence. But we also noticed that as the economy achieved upper middle income status, it had actually gained comparative advantage in some capital-intensive industry, such as infrastructure, construction, automotive industry, machine building, steel making, aluminum metallurgy, and then more recently, telecommunications, e-commerce, and digital technologies. So because of its ability to innovate and upgrade its industries to the extent that now it's ready to actually export those industries, that means look at overseas markets to invest. And it's also leveraging on its rapid technological advancements to drive the next level of regional economic integration. So I look at it more from a perspective of the future trends that's coming from 5G, IoT, AI, robotics, and all the other fourth industrial revolution technologies that will be driving the kind of investments going abroad. And then, of course, the other benefits of internalization strategy that China is embarking on is also, of course, access to raw materials and resources. These are the geopolitical advantages. And then, of course, we went for saving surplus, and there's a strategic fit between BRI and China's rising role in international development, as well as, of course, other economists have also mentioned about recycling its huge US dollar denominated reserves. So it's quite a natural fit for China to actually push for more outward FDI. Now, on explaining the second area that I'd like to discuss is actually how to explain the current as well as predicting future Chinese BRI and outward FDI patterns. We note that the inward FDI into China is actually declining to the extent that it has now it's slightly over 1% of GDP of inward FDI, and outward FDI from China has risen to close to about equal the inward FDI. So that suggests that the patterns of outward FDI is actually quite a natural progression in terms of how China is developing, trying to escape the so-called middle income trap by also leveraging on export markets. And of course, with its comparative advantages in mega infrastructure and utilities, these are the early stage BRI projects. But what we see here is that other investments, as Prof. Tam correctly mentioned, it's hard to differentiate what is BRI and then other non-BRI. They are less than 100 million. They are not captured. And these are, I think, much more influential in terms of affecting local development. So I think it's right to also look at some of the statistics, to look at the changing patterns. What we have seen here is that the BRI has the Silk Road has now been transformed into what we call the Digital Silk Road, the DSR, as well as HSR, Health Silk Road. These are the two, I think, two major outward investments that are likely to increase in importance in the coming years. And now, of course, if you look at the nature, the composition of firms that are involved in BRI projects in South Asia, there's one study that cited that there are 7 private firms and 22 state-owned enterprises. So it goes to show that whether it's private or state-owned, they are both equally involved in China's overall development. And of course, some trend analysis, I think, in terms of inward outward flow for each country will be very helpful. Like in the case of Malaysia, we had a 50-year history, FDI history. So, and then the last 10 years, we see that there's a new wave coming from China. And that in order to understand its relative importance, we find that it's currently insignificant in terms of the share of stock, as pointed out by Prof. Tam. It's only about 3.2% of the total FDI stock in Malaysia. So that's the latest statistic based on the end of first quarter for this year. Only 3.2% compared to 20.5% for Singapore, and US 10.3%, in Japan another 10.4%. So in terms of the actual size, relative size of China is still way below the pack in terms of our profile of our foreign investors in the country. But what's important here to note here is that Malaysia also, we do have inward as well as outward FDI. And in fact, our between 2007 and 2015, Malaysia's outward FDI actually averaged 5% of GDP compared to inward FDI of 3.2%. So there is for upper middle income countries, there appears to be both different waves of inward and then outward investment that are perhaps symptomatic of the structure changes in economy as industries are in order to maintain their growth and maintain their export competitiveness. They have invested overseas, gone overseas to other markets. Now, let me turn to the third area in terms of evaluating the impact. I think if we evaluate FDI, I think it's no different from other cost-benefit analysis of FDI from other countries in Malaysia. So I think Malaysia's experience with FDI has been largely positive. Quite a number of studies have pointed out to that, but importantly, there's a need to, as pointed out by Prof. Tam, is that we need to deepen our absorptive capacity, whether in terms of the linkages or in terms of technology transfer, and then importantly, the skills of the So I think the more studies will be welcome, especially in terms of assessing the generally rather opaque state-sponsored investment projects, as already mentioned in the presentation, confidentiality, lack of transparency, and cloaks of secrecy further reinforced by allegations of corruption and abuse of power. This has affected the ability to actually look into the short and long-term impact on some of the mega projects. But definitely, some of the market, private sector-driven investment projects will likely see the kind of similar benefits that we see for other investment from other countries. Let me turn to the last area that I would like to comment on is the way forward. I think the 4 or 5 conclusions or recommendations and lessons learned that Prof. Tam, I think we are fully in alignment with that. Importantly, there's a need to ensure good governance, and on top of that, we also need to ensure that performance requirements. I would add that I think involvement of local communities are important in some of these projects, especially with regards to the rising national and global focus on ESG responsibilities and compliance at the firm levels. So I think it'd be good or more constructive, although local politics, as pointed out by Prof. Tam, should be avoided, but nevertheless, some of the so-called CSR or ESG type of engagement and at the local level would be very helpful. The other lessons that I would draw from China's internationalization would be that we have seen a shift in the focus, as pointed out by Prof. Tam, now that we need to also look at the health Silk Road and the digital Silk Road. And these two themes are already embedded in various development plans in Malaysia, such as the Trail Malaysia Plan, the Digital Master Plan, as well as the Financial Sector Blueprint. So there are synergies. The synergies are definitely obvious if Malaysia is able to promote more inward FDI under BRI's emerging health Silk Road as well as the digital Silk Road teams. I think both Malaysia and China, having achieved upper middle income, actually share the same challenges in terms of middle income trap, slowdown in population growth, as well as aging demographics. So I think there are trade, investment, as well as economic opportunities to address these common challenges, including the deployment of automation, AI that I mentioned about. So we look forward to some of these new ways to transform the Malaysian economy. And finally, on deepening research, I think analysis, I think Prof. Tam has mentioned about firm level behavior. I think that's important. I think what's needed is also the distribution of benefits, like the winners and losers, especially the crowding out or displacement effects on SMEs and other local industries. I think that's something that is merit research, but although based on past trends of our engagement with FDI from other countries, they are likely to be areas that are not where our local industries do not have the kind of comparative advantages. So with that, let me end my comments, and I also conclude with the heartiest congratulations to Prof. Tam for the illuminating lecture presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. You highlighted that for China, it is more of a natural growth strategy and focusing on the moving forward, perhaps. And I like the idea of what you have mentioned, the digital Silk Road and the health Silk Road. All right, ladies and gentlemen, fellow professors, may I now introduce our second discussant for today, Professor Dr. Edmund Terence Gomez. Professor Edmund Terence Gomez is formerly Professor of Political Economy at the Faculty of Economics and Administration, University of Malaya. He specializes in state market relations and the linkages between politics, policies, and capital development. He has also held appointments at the University of Leeds, England, and Murdoch University, Australia, and served as visiting professor at Kobe University, Japan, and the Universities of Michigan, Ann California, San Diego, United States. Between 2005 and 2008, he served as research coordinator at the United Nations Research Institute for Social Development in Geneva, Switzerland. Other academic appointments include visiting fellowships at the Australian National University, Canberra, and the Nordic Institute of Asian Studies, Denmark. quite mouthful, Prof. Gomez. Okay, now I invite Prof. Gomez to give his perspective.
Thank you, Prof. Roslyn. I don't know where you got that from. It is, as you said, it is a mouthful, but thank you for that. Let me first start by echoing what Prof. Ye just said. This is really a very good study by Prof. Tam, a highly commendable piece of work. But I also take note that Prof. Tam said that this is a paper in progress. My initial comment is this: based on the volume of information that she has provided, I would strongly suggest that she considers publishing this as a book, because she covers a large terrain of areas which deal with how the BRI has evolved. For today, what I would like to do is, as I spoke to Prof. Ye at the beginning of this, before we came on, I told him I would let him handle the broader issues and the theoretical dimensions of the paper, because I wanted to focus specifically on the empirical dimension of the paper. Now, I'm focusing on this, what I consider to be a major new contribution by Prof. Tam to the literature. And here specifically, I'd like to draw attention to her discussion on the ECRL and what it reflects about the implementation of a major BRI project on the environment. The fact of the matter is, China can be seen as a responsive state. When confronted with criticisms, it always tries to counter these criticisms. Here, what we have seen is the history of implementation of BRI projects, especially the infrastructure projects, is that there has been a lot of concern about the implications on the environment. And therefore, here, what we are dealing with, as Prof. Tam says, is a very important issue. There's a scarcity of studies on outcomes of BRI projects on the environment, not just on the land.
Hello.
Not just on the land, but also of the impact on land reclamation when developing ports, the case of the Malacca Gateway. We can also bring into question here the issues surrounding Forest City. Both these projects have come under serious criticisms because of its impact on the environment. What is also important is, of late, and Prof. Tam drew some attention to this, is the issue of green BRI, or the Belt and Road Initiative International Green Development Coalition, which was recently introduced. And here the attempt is by China to ensure that it supports the Sustainable Development Goals to ensure it's achieved by 2013. All well and good. We can also remember that there was the Kunming Declaration, where President Xi talked about the concept of ecological civilization, among other things. Note the focus on the ecology. And he stressed protecting diversity. He even gave $233 million for the Kunming Biodiversity Fund. Now, all this is important with regards to today's study, because the fact of the matter is Southeast Asia is rich in biodiversity. It is an ecosystem that many communities depend on for their survival. This ecosystem is at risk due to the BRI's ever-expanding list of infrastructure projects. I'll just give one example. The China-backed hydropower projects along the Mekong River, which spans Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam. And we have seen the impact of these hydro projects. The dams that have been created have caused river flow changes and blocked fish migration, deeply affecting the livelihoods of communities who live off the river. I have personally seen this in my visits to Cambodia. The impact on the environment has been dire. So for today's case study on the BRI, I'd like to focus specifically on Prof. Tam's important point that there has been a dearth of research on the environment. And in that sense, this focus on ECRL can be quite illuminating. Indeed, I would argue what Prof. Tam is doing here is pioneering work, one that we should applaud and encourage because of the scope of its study in terms of linking the BRI to green BRI. And this is also of global concern because, as you know, we are having serious problems with the issue of climate change. But first, let me broadly review what Prof. Tam has raised about the BRI. As she points out, the BRI has 5 priorities. policy coordination, infrastructure connectivity, unimpeded trade, financial integration, and connecting people. My focus will not be on these 5 issues, they're important, but I will focus only on 2 because they directly relate to the ECRL. That's on policy coordination and infrastructure connectivity. The second point that Prof. Tam raised, criticisms of the BRI have focused on 4 core issues: debt sustainability, project viability, corruption, and environmental sustainability. Now, all these issues are important. I agree with Profia. Corruption and the role of the state-owned enterprises is a core issue we need to look at. Also of issue here, but I can't get into it, is that of financing and debt sustainability involving the BRI-based railway projects. As Prof. Tam said, this is a loan from China. What I will do is focus specifically on 1 issue, given the limited time, that is on environmental issues. My first key point, while I appreciate the data provided on FDI of different economic sectors and projects in Africa, my suggestion is this: to give this article, this novel piece of work, more focus on green BRI, I would suggest that there should be some brief comparisons with other similar BRI type projects involving railway lines, just railway lines. Now, 2 projects come to mind. One is the Pakistan corridor, which Prof. Tam also alluded to. The Pakistan corridor is within the country with a federal government and 4 provincial governments or 4 states. The second one was the China-Laos high-speed rail project, opened last year. And this passes through 2 countries. It's not within the country, but encompasses 2 countries, Laos and China. There are also other projects which you can look at. It includes the Bicol South Rail project in the Philippines and the high-speed rail project in Indonesia. Now, the reason I raise these points is in the context of Malaysia and railway line infrastructure, I come to the theme of crossing borders. And I like to talk about this theme, crossing borders. China and Laos is interesting because it crosses borders of 2 different countries. Though not imperative for Prof. Tam's study, we must remember that the ECRL is part of a broader BRI railway network that crosses many countries. In fact, you saw the diagram of that, where it will, Prof. Tam also alluded to it, it will go up into Thailand, into Laos, right up into China. From my perspective, I think Pakistan is more crucial as a comparison here with a country like Malaysia because Malaysia has a federal system. Malaysia's ECRL is an interesting case study because the project is undertaken in a federation which has 13 states. Specifically on ECRL, the issue of land matters. The land, when we talk about different states, land matters come up. Now, this is important if you look at the Jakarta-Bandung high-speed rail. It's riddled with land-based issues, including taking over the land from people and from institutions, which has raised a lot of controversies. Then we have the issue of federal-state relations. The area that ECRL will cover is extensive. It goes through 4 states, Selangor, Pahang, Terengganu, Kelantan. These states are controlled by different political parties, some in the opposition. And we all know that state governments have jurisdiction over land matters. So then this raises the question, who owns the land? Who owns the land across which the ECRL will run? This is also of particular concern because, as Prof. Tam has mentioned, we are dealing with Orang Asli areas, Malay reserve lands, and then this raises the issue of displacement. When you have such infrastructure project, it can lead to displacement, particularly of disenfranchised communities, such as the already disenfranchised communities, such as the Orang Asli. And we do know that this is an issue, it's a worldwide issue. When we see so-called development taking place, it leads to the displacement of people from their traditional lands being taken over. Now, these are important core issues we need to look at also when we talk about environment. Now, the above issues then comes to the points of much concern that Prof. Tam has asked. What are the key lessons in the ECRL project? She has listed some of them, but I want to focus only on 3. First, BRI projects have to be financially and environmentally sustainable. Second, we must minimize interference from local politics. And third, governance mechanisms of host countries involving local laws, rules, regulations, and their enforcement. It is our country we are dealing with. China is not interested. It's our laws, our regulations, our environment that is the focus of this attention here. Were these lessons adhered to in the ECR project? Let us consider the following points made by Prof. Tam. First, mention was made of the environmental impact assessment done in 2017, where Prof. Tam drew attention to the fact that there will be a total of 44 tunnels, 27 wildlife crossings, and the need to prevent forest fragmentation, as well as the alignment cuts that go through the forest reserves. On this point, I must also add, in the Pakistan corridor, studies have indicated other major environmental risks stemming from large-scale deforestation for the purpose of constructing related road networks. It's not just the ECRL, there are also related road networks in the project. On the second issue, on social impact, as I mentioned, Prof. Tam has already drawn reference to the impact that ECRL will have in the Orang Asli areas and Malay reserve lands. And as Prof. Tam has also noted, it is important to discuss local governance laws within the states and between the states and the federal government. This is to ensure project design and implementation will not damage Malaysia's environment. It may have federal relevance, but what about at the state level? And who takes responsibility for the outcomes at the state level? In this regard, then, more information is required on issues such as local governance and limiting damage to the environment. And this brings me to the following issues we need to discuss. Ownership and/or control of the land. In Malaysia, such land involves federal government land, state government land, ancestral land, including those for the Orang Asli. The state government has enormous say over the land and how that land is to be used. There was no discussion, or there's been little insights into the relationship between federal and state governments. The issue here of land displacement involving indigenous communities is an issue of concern because it covers a wide range of areas. Thankfully, you've noted it's only 2 Orang Asli areas, but there are also talks about extending the rail line into other, further to connect it to the BRI. The second issue, as I mentioned, the focus here is only on the federal ministers and what the federal transport minister in particular has said. But what of the state governments who owns the land? And this brings me to the issue of policy coordination. What is the level of policy coordination on these issues between the federal and state governments, more so when the federal and state governments are controlled by different parties? A related issue is infrastructure connectivity. How were land rights negotiated when implementing these cross-border, this state crossing state borders? How was it discussed, especially when it involves 4 different state governments? We know from history, it's a fact, that this is a contentious issue, more so when the states are controlled by different parties. And then there's the third issue. How were these issues or problems handled or resolved? It has been noted both by Prof. Tam and Prof. Ye, the level of transparency involved in this study has been rather poor. But these are important issues. And these are important issues because it draws attention to social implications of a major economic project. I appreciate the point that Prof. Tan makes, that the Minister of Transport has increased transparency in a way the project was conducted. But even she says more insights are required. Insights into the questions that have been raised, such as those involving biodiversity concerns, land rights or property rights, federal-state relations involving dialogue and mutually beneficial economic decisions, where they have joint responsibility for adverse outcomes. If anything happens, it's not China's problem. It's the problem of the federal and state governments to resolve these problems, as has been noted in the study. So let me close by stating that the issues that I have raised here are not strictly defined to economic issues. I left that to Prof. Ye to handle. And I also must stress this, I recognize Prof. Tam's area of expertise is economics, and you can see that in this presentation. But as she notes, many different perspectives have been used when dealing with the BRI. And depending on the perspective, it raises the question of what we mean, again, as she notes, by success. How do you define success? The Laos-China railway alliance has been created. It looks impressive. Is it a success story? And when we discuss success, are we looking at the other implications of the building of that project that crosses two countries? And what of the ECRL? When it is built, there's no doubt there are important economic implications. The benefits here, there's no doubt about it, linking the underdeveloped East Coast with the highly industrialized West Coast. But at what cost? Have we considered the other cost? Clearly, there are other issues to be addressed when we deal with such case studies as the ECRL. I come back to my earlier point. Look at Malacca Gateway and Forest City. The environmental outcome of the Malacca Gateway project was dire. The impact it had on the fishing industry, fisherfolk, was serious. The implications of land reclamation have already been discussed. Similar issues were raised when discussing Forest City. Clearly, a multidisciplinary perspective is required to capture the diverse range of issues that emerge when assessing BR-type infrastructure projects. More so when now at the center of the agenda, a new concept has been put at the center of the BRI, and that is green BRI. Green BRI is being stressed. So when we discuss BRI projects, specifically infrastructure projects, we also have to discuss the environmental or the green dimensions of the project. The important lessons here from Prof. Tam's project, I want to conclude by once again congratulating her on embarking on what I see as a pioneering piece of work. It is always difficult to get into an area of research that has not been undertaken, and she has embarked on the road. And I wish her well with this project, and I hope, and I close with this, and I hope the focus will be on green BRI and ECRL, because that's the real novelty of the study. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. Gomez, for a very insightful and enriching perspective. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have about 10 minutes, to allow for first Prof. Tam to respond quickly on the issues highlighted by both discussants, and then we have maybe one or two questions, that we can pose to the panels for today. All right, over to you, Prof. Tam.
Thank you, Prof. Roslyn. Thank you very much, Prof. Ye and Prof. Gomez, for your good ideas put forward, and I will bear them in mind when I revise my paper. But I will not convert to a book, Terence, because it will take another 10 years, and it will be 20 years into the
As we know how long it takes to write a book.
Yeah. So, okay. I think the main idea here, and I want to draw some common suggestions put forward by both discussants, is the engagement of the local community. I think that the engagement of the local, which Prof. Ye has also mentioned that we actually need to look at how we engage the local community, be it SMEs who may be crowded up by the Chinese business, or the local community as in the people living in the area that is going to be that will have a BRI project. Specifically in the case of the ECRL, the engagement of the local community, I think it's very important. In the case of Malaysia, the EIA studies is supposed to also engage the local community, is supposed to also look at the social impact. Whether this is done just to fulfill the legal requirements, a tick in the box approach, or whether this is done in a more comprehensive fashion remains to be seen. We know that the EIA is a very useful tool in this matter, and we would hope that the EIA would be implemented according to the spirit of the law rather than the requirements of the law. That means to look at it in a comprehensive and holistic fashion, looking at it in terms of its impact on the people and the land. The land issue that Prof. Terence has made is actually very important, because in a recent study by the Medica Center, looking at the views of the people towards BRI project, one issue that was raised is actually land grabbing. Land grabbing, and it was raised within the context of some specific projects which are within a state, a given state alone. I will not name the project. Now, in this case of the ECRL, we know that it will cross several states, and therefore this land issue, as pointed out by Professor Terence Gomez, is actually very important. In the greening of the BRI, which is what is desired by China, we also can see the digital Silk Road and the health Silk Road being put forward. So it's actually important to look at the digital Silk Road also, because of the trend that the China's increasing comparative advantage in the IR 4.0 space. We can see that happening in the digital Silk Road and in the health Silk Road in terms of the vaccine diplomacy that was conducted. So the digital Silk Road will see the entry of a lot of Chinese enterprises that are big in this area, like Alibaba, Tencent, Baidu. All these are actually coming in and will be entering our digital, have already entered into our digital space in terms of the platforms. Lazada and Shopee are the two largest, most popular platforms for e-commerce, and we can see them also in the e-wallet space. In the Health Silk Road, there have been announcements on collaborations between China and Malaysia in vaccine development. We wait to see that now. For the environmental issues, one of the problems doing research in this area is actually the lack of data. I agree that cross-country perspectives, such as comparing Malaysia rail link development with Pakistan, would be useful, but accessing data in the green area is a bit of a problem. So there's a lot of need for data collection, and we should actually encourage our PhD students to move forward into this kind of data collection and to move forward. And this is something that I would like to say for the students here, that do not confine yourself with just studies on Malaysia, that it is better to do cross-country comparisons, such as, for example, between Malaysia and Pakistan, as suggested by Prof. Terence. On the last part that was raised by Professor Terence on cross-disciplinary approach, I was just discussing this with Prof. Roslin before we started, that the BRI issue is actually all-encompassing. It is not confined to economics alone, and it would be good for people to work in teams. For the ECRL, looking at the environmental impact, the social perspective, looking at its impact on the Orang Asli. The science people can be engaged in terms of looking at its impact on the habitat and all that. So this is a very rich area for collaboration under your cluster, Prof. Roslin. So over to you.
Big job, Prof. Tam.
Yeah, I will take questions from the floor.
All right. So, okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Tam. Judging from the number of questions that that have been raised here, as the three of you were giving your presentations, we have quite a number. So, both, I think the Secretariat has agreed to extend, if I may, to 15 minutes extra. Is that all right for all speakers for today? 12:15. Prof. Prof. Tam and Prof. Gomez.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I have quite a number of questions. I mean, a lot. Yeah. All right. So maybe we will start with a question from Prof. Kupran. One key question: whether the loans given by China is competitive and is a rational financing approach for long-term development in developing countries in need of financing for development. So maybe maybe we can. Any one of you would like to respond to this? Pofia, maybe.
Okay, the financing, of course, yeah, sorry. Financing, of course, the Chinese government has set up the
AIIB.
Yeah, the infrastructure bank. That would be one way of direct funding, but mainly through loans. I think these are concessionary loans. I think the more important aspect is actually to crowd in private investments through either through PPP, some form of PPP, or some kind of G2G and involving the private sector. I think what is likely to happen here is that the smaller investments are likely to be driven rather than by SOEs, will be by private firms, as pointed out by Prof. Tamsi. So I think private firms will be the normal inflow of both portfolio as well as direct investments. And these are the desirable type of so-called equity investments rather than investment debt borrowing system. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much, Prof. Any other response? Maybe Prof. Gomez, would you like to respond to this?
No, I think Prof. is handled it.
I would just like to add one comment that we have not been able to access any AIIB loan, possibly because of the nature of the projects, and possibly because we are upper middle income country and we cannot access the concessionary loans. The ECRL was funded by a loan from Exim Bank at 3.25 interest rate. We don't understand how the private arrangements for the loan was conducted. Whether alternative sources of financing was undertaken. You see, in the case of certain BRI projects like the Sri Lanka port, they actually went to different countries for financing the port. They went to a few countries which rejected, and it was China that undertook the project. So in the ECRL project, we do not know whether alternative countries were sourced for financing the project from Japan or from JICA, or it just went straight to China and the Exim Bank. So we cannot compare, therefore, the financing costs, or whether you have different scenarios under different financing options.
The loans which was granted for the ECRL project, by Exim Bank, and also this reminds me of what Prof. Gomez has highlighted, the transparency issues. Maybe the OPEC arrangements need to be addressed. Yeah. So and one specifically, yes. Prof. Gomez, would you like to? Yeah.
I just wanted to make one point that Prof. Ye spoke about, the issue of crowding in and bringing in SMEs. That is in fact part of the BRI. Yeah. And Prof. Tam has mentioned it, that there will be a certain number of SMEs that will be allowed to participate in the project.
Yeah.
But again, here, the question is, when you crowd in, which is a good thing to bring in these SMEs, they can learn the technology and so on and so forth. How are these companies going to be selected? Do they have the ability to build on the technology they will learn? And the issue of financing. Will finance them when they come in. All these issues have not been openly discussed. This is another level of transparency we need to look at.
Yes. Okay, so we now go to the next question. This is specifically for Prof. Tam. Benefits of FDI profoundly discussed by Albert Hirschman and Richard Caves, and the different articulations of linkages by Rosentian, Rodden, and Tibor Sitkowski, while the rest have only attempted to empirically model and test such occurrences with the causal drivers. Do you agree with Albert Hirschman's argument that few seem to look at the need to examine these issues from the perspective of the role of the state to create the conditions for positive spillover or externality to take place? Okay.
Well, from Hirschman to
Yes.
current theoretical developments, there have been substantial shifts in the theoretical development as to how do we support linkage development. For example, in the new institutional economics that we have nowadays, which is very common framework used, they would look at the institutions that are needed, that need to be created to facilitate the development of the linkages and the coordination challenges in developing these institutions. In fact, a very recent book by Richard Donner and Greg Nobel and Ravenhill on the automotive development in southern Asian countries actually focus on this specific issue. How do you develop the institutions? How do you develop the institutions and the institutional capacity that would foster linkage development? And why is it that Malaysia failed to do so in the automotive sector? The institutions were not well coordinated and therefore could not support the linkage development.
Is this also related to economic accelerator program creating demand, for example? Is this linked to the issues that have been raised here? The economic accelerator program, you know, the
economic accelerator program is to attract foreign direct investment into the country for developing the ECRL corridor.
Yeah.
Of course, once foreign direct investment comes into the ECRL corridor, we will have this issue again as to how do we embed the investment into the domestic economy, which is by developing the linkages.
Yeah. Okay, so the next question is that knowing that China's approach is based on slow and steady interactive development and interconnectivity state to state level and long-term planning, that's commendable. But why is it that China taking time to rescue Sri Lanka, even though economic activity is well stated? So perhaps I see Prof. Gomez smiling. Would you like to respond to this, Prof?
It was a loan.
Yeah.
And that's a country without any revenue now, foreign exchange.
Yeah.
I don't think China is going to forgive them their debt, but that may lead to a takeover of the port. That's an issue of sovereign rights coming to play. That is why, as I said, even in my talk, there are a lot of larger issues we need to look at, specifically the financing. I'm very concerned about the financing when it involves debt. Although they may be allowed to pay it over a long period of time. There are serious implications if they run into problems in servicing the debt. So in the case of Sri Lanka, it's not just about why didn't they rescue Sri Lanka, the other issues involved. First, and we have raised this in our book, which I wrote with Prof. Tam, state-state linkages. We have, if I may, two strong men. One, President Xi on one hand, directly dealing with another strongman, Rajapaksa. Now, two strongmen on their own make decisions on the investment flow into the country. Two strongmen on their own decide on where to locate the ports, as the port was located in an area close to Rajapaksa's constituency. All these are important issues. So political issues come into the making of economic decisions, which may not necessarily be in the interest of the nation. We have seen the implications of the port, whether it really serves the purpose that it was built for. So there are a lot of issues here that go into play which are not related to economics, international relations, international political economy, political science. So when two strong men who have control over their governments decide to make an investment, they don't discuss with other institutions. They don't discuss with other key actors.
Yeah.
For example, if they have a MIDA, I don't think the MIDA was brought in to discuss this. They're completely left out of the group. Now, these are the realities we need to look at when China enters into emerging economies. And that is an issue which we didn't discuss here. The BRI is basically located in areas where we're dealing with emerging economies.
Yeah.
Second, we need to look at the nature of the state. The state is different in every country that we look at. The nature of the state in Laos is very different from Vietnam. It's very different from Myanmar, which is military rule. Vietnam is Communist Party. Cambodia is one-man rule, Hun Sen. You know, who makes the decisions on investment flows into these countries when the nature of the state is so different? And those are the institutional issues also we need to look at when we talk about when we look at the investment flows and the areas in which the investments flow into, specifically when we deal with major infrastructure projects. So that's where now we have seen the outcome of Sri Lanka. When two strong men decide a project, it's a major infrastructure project. It may not necessarily be in the interest of the country to do it, but it was done. And now we are seeing the repercussions of this. Should China now bail out Sri Lanka? As I said in my talk, no. I don't think they will. They have done it. Now it's your country, your project. They'll leave the country to deal with it.
Yeah, may I just add something?
Yes, Papa.
I think there's a slight misunderstanding that China is the biggest debtor of Sri Lanka. It's not. It's not. In 2016, only 9% of the government external debt or 15% of all Sri Lanka's public entity external debt was owed to China. China is not the biggest debtor. It's actually other international banks, World Bank, ADB, and commercial banks, which are held by Western investors. So even if you say, if China forgives this loan, it will not settle the problem because the bulk of the loan, the debt is held by other countries. So the misinformation in the media, the myth of the debt trap is actually confusing the real issues as to what is the real problem in Sri Lanka, which is, of course, its own bad governance and the debt which is owed to more than China alone. So please bear that in mind. And the Malaysia's external debt is also quite high, about 60% of GDP. Of course, having said that, I need to qualify. The external debt is not attributed to the federal government alone. There's also private debt. So it's actually smaller than the 60%, the external debt. And then having said that, the external service debt ratio that we have, the debt to export ratio that we have for Malaysia is actually quite low, 10%.
Oh, quite low, yeah? 10%.
Yes, and the debt we owe by country data, which is available for all countries, including Indonesia, is not available in Malaysia. So we don't know how much we owe China relative to other countries and other international organizations.
And I also, I was struck by the point raised by Prof. Gomez with regards to, a country, two individuals making a decision for a country. Yeah. So, and this brings us back to, the slide, one of the slides by Prof. Tam, the BRI criticisms on BRI, which is the political allegations, So this is one of the key issues that also, need further deliberations. Yeah. So, okay. Prof. Ye, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I'd like to touch on this Prof. Gomez interesting point about the different facets or phases of state power. What I noticed recently is that there could be some increasing what we call technocracy. The role of technocrats in governments, like for example, a recent encounter I had with Cambodia, they actually sent a delegation over to of their senior civil servants to actually write a book on their how to develop the state. You see, so I think that's one. Well, I'm not too sure whether it's a general trend or not, but increasingly governments are becoming more technocratic. I think the professionals are taking over. That's a good sign. I think I'm not sure whether it is a trend that is prevalent in the region or not. But we do note that Indonesia apparently is also being touted as a change of the way they run the government.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Another one is that Prof Tam, okay, Prof Tam, take this Chin Yi. I think Prof Chin. Thank you for the excellent presentation. One question is why there was technology transfer by Chinese companies in African countries, but not significant in Malaysia. Technology transfer.
Okay.
Countries are not significant in Malaysia. Yes, Prof Tam.
I in the studies that I quoted on in Africa on technologies transfer, they show that there is technology transfer in levels 1, 2, 3, I think, in the triangle that I showed. And I don't think we have enough studies in Malaysia to conclude that there's no technology transfer. I think that in the case studies that I have discussed, there is technology transfer of 1, 2, and maybe 3. 1 and 2 is actually skills development, because they have to teach the people how to use the machines that have been imported from China, and to use the machines according to the specifications of the Chinese company. So that skills development is definitely ongoing. Localization is also ongoing. That means they are transferring from Chinese workers to Malaysian workers. Top management is still with the Chinese. That's the same as what they say in Africa is, and what you find in other multinationals. Top management normally is maintained by personnel from the source country, parent company.
Okay.
The technology transfer in terms of local sourcing, there's very little study done. The technology transferred in terms of Jinko is a process technology, because process technology needs to be improved all the time for cost-cutting measures. So for competitive reasons, they have to improve the process, they have to tweak it all the time, and therefore process technology is something that will be definitely transferred. Product development is a different ball game. Nobody transfers product development unless you come to the table with equal standing. That means, I will design a new product with you if you have comparative advantage in product design. Nobody will bring Proton to the design table because Proton doesn't have design capabilities. In the development of new solar modules, Jinko actually collaborated with companies, DuPont and all these, because they have their own comparative advantage and they have their own innovation in this area. So for product development, the two companies must have skills that they can offer to each other, not vertical, horizontal. Yeah.
Okay, I think we've reached. I think we've got about 2 more minutes. We've reached the end of the session. So may I now invite last words from all the 3 speakers for today. Maybe we'll start with Prof. Ye, and then Prof. Gomez, and finally Prof. Tang once again. All right, over to you, Prof. Ye. One last word.
Yeah, thank you. I think I've learned also a lot from Prof. Tang's presentation. It will actually help me to focus my future research on similar areas. I think that's a very important part of Malaysia's journey towards a high-income economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ye. Prof. Gomez, last words.
I'll conclude by once again congratulating Prof. Tam on her work. I definitely agree with her. A book-length study will take far too long. But if this is to be a paper, an article, my concern is that too many issues are being covered here, and it would be better to focus on the core new contributions it's going to make to the literature, which is on the green BRI, and linking it to a specific infrastructure project, in this case, railway lines, and that too they cross borders internally and between countries. Environmental issues come to the fore. So she's on to something very important here, which will be an eye-opener for those who read the paper, and then we can take this forward. Because the environmental issue is an outcome of the BRI, is an issue we really need to disseminate. Not just on railway, look at the hydro dams, as I mentioned. There's a lot of concerns being raised here. Thank you.
recommendation on an area, a more focused area on green green BRI and environmental issues. All right, last, okay, our honorable speaker for today, Prof. Tam, once again.
First, I would like to reiterate, I would like to thank APM for the honor and privilege to give this lecture. I actually gave this lecture for the reason of collecting feedback for the text that I'm writing, and also because I wish to actually inspire people to research more in all the different areas that I have raised in my lecture. So I hope that both researchers and students will take note that the research gaps are big and there's much to be done in an area which is very important for Malaysia. And third, I also really hope that this will inspire multidisciplinary research, whereby teams of research can move forward. When we look at green BRI, we are not just looking at, we are able to combine scientific and social science research together, which is something that I look forward to, that the expertise within APM can be grouped together to do research that will move Malaysia forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Tam. I personally has been inspired by all the research, ideas that have been brought forth today, particularly in the area of green sukuk, as we have mentioned earlier, right in the very beginning.
Yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, fellow professors, it has been a very enriching session, and I'm sure all of us have benefited from the deliberations and the discussions for today's session. So it is indeed a privilege for me to be here and listening to to the speakers. So, and I've learned a lot. So thank you very much once again. On behalf of APM, I would also again, express our sincere appreciation for those who have attended and been with us for the last 2 hours and 15 minutes. So thank you very much again, once again. So stay safe, everyone, and all the very best. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Prof.
Zaro, so everyone has left?
Yes, bro. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, we should take a group photo, but that's okay.
Terlupa.
We can take a group photo now.
Terlupa sebab apa tu, Zaro pun tak ingatkan. Terlupa.
Semua orang sudah pergi lah.
Semua orang dah lapar lah, Prof.
Yalah, itu pun kita extend 15 minutes. So banyak questions tadi. I just chose yang mana yang ni lah.
Today, I want to show you how to use the community using the mobile app. To access the mobile app, you need to download Mighty Networks from Apple Store or through Play Store. Once you download Mighty Networks, search for our community Vidhi Poddar and join. Once you join the community, you will see an interface like this. Here at the very bottom, you can chat with other members in the community. You can add a new post. You can check your notifications to the bell icon, and you can check your profile. You can also add the post from up here. I'll just do a sample post to show how this works. Once you've done that, click post. It will ask you whether you want to add a tag. You can add many of the tags. Let's say, let's add research. And you can see the post is now live. You can comment on the post. You can like the post. The same thing can be done from here to the plus icon. It will again take you back to the same thing. You can create a few other things, like you can ask a question, you can create an event, or you can create an article. So if you want to create an article which is available to all the members, it's fairly straightforward as creating a post. You need to give a title and then start writing the article. Once you've done that, click post. Again, it will ask you to pick a topic. You can say research or any other topic that is relevant. It will say your article is live. Up at the top, you can see these 3 lines. This gives you the option to discovery, members, topics, groups, events, and settings. So let's go into discovery. Discovery is a place where you will see all the information that the host has put, that is I have put here. So there is featured posts or their upcoming events. Top members, these are automatically selected here depending upon who is active on the community. You can see all different types of topics and you can follow these topics if they are of your interest. Members near you is a very interesting feature of this app. It shows you the members who are close to you geographically. So maybe in the same city or maybe in the same suburb. If you click on members, it will show you different members in this community. Topics, these are all the different topics that are created on this community. You can follow them, and when you are creating a post or an article, you can select any of these topics to tag your article or your post. In the events tab, you can see any upcoming events that have been posted here. There are different groups that we can create. So far, I have only created 2 groups. If you think you want to create a group and manage a group on the community, please let me know and I can create that group for you. So you can go to your personal profile, go to personal settings. You can check your account. You check notifications here. You can get your email updates for any changes that happen on the community whenever anyone posts. You can even get these notifications pushed onto the mobile app. Plus, there are many different types of notifications that you can see, and you have complete control of what kind of notifications you want. So you can enable and disable them as you prefer. You can even edit your profile, add a cover photo, add a mini bio, also give an introduction about yourself because that will help you and others to find you. The other option that you can see here is the option to invite. You can just add multiple email addresses here and the invites would be sent straight away. You can also share the link for this community on your social network so that they can directly click on the link and join. Once you invite members, you can become a bronze level member, a silver level member, and you become a gold member when you refer and 25 members join the community. There will be specific advantages and benefits for these 3 levels. So that's pretty much, it's very easy to use app. I recommend all of you to download this app from the App Store and start using it. It is a very easy and convenient way to connect with researchers on the community. I hope you all get onto this app. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. How are you today? Thanks a lot for joining. I hope you saw the brief video that I had played just now. The reason I wanted to show that video was, I don't know how many of you are using the mobile app to access the community, but it is a very convenient way to connect with all the researchers. So I thought I'll show you that video. All right, so let me get started. Let me set up the PowerPoint. Give me 1 minute. A convenient way to connect with all the researchers. So I thought I'll show you that video. All right, so let me get started. Let me set up the PowerPoint. Give me 1 minute. convenient way to connect with all the researchers. So I thought I'll show you that. So thank you all very much for. All right, let me get started. Let me set up the PowerPoint seminar in the series, and I'm very happy to see a lot of loyal participants. Convenient way to connect. Have started with all the researchers. So I thought I'll show you that. So thank you all very much for. All right, let me get started. Let me set up the PowerPoint seminar in the series, and I'm very happy to see a lot of if you guys can hear me. Convenient way to connect. Have started with all the researchers. So I thought I'll show you that. So thank you all very much for. All right, let me get started. Let me set up the PowerPoint seminar in the series, and I'm very happy to see a lot of if you guys can hear me. Convenient way to connect. Have started with all the researchers. So I thought I'll show you that. So thank you all very much for. All right, let me get started. Let me set up the PowerPoint seminar in the series. And I'm very happy to see okay, thanks. A lot of if you guys can hear me. Convenient way to connect. Have started with all right, so let's begin. Today is going to be a very I guess the most important part of this session, because we are going to learn how we will criticize, evaluate, analyze, synthesize literature that goes into systematic literature session. Because we are going to learn how we will
शर्माया है ये गम पी कर भी हाँ मुस्काया है